And once again, welcome into historic Bosse Field. Just moments away from first pitch here between the Lake Erie Crushers and the Evansville Otters. We finally get to see the West Division starting tonight. First time all year that the teams are starting to play within division. This is where games really start to matter because every single one is worth a little bit more when you're facing those guys in your same division.
Yes, and Lake Erie, I believe that's up around in the Cleveland area, somewhere there. Yep.
Just outside. We'll take that opportunity to take a look through the starting nine for Lake Erie. We'll get things started with Keenan Irizarry, the shortstop, followed by Valera, Flute, Mayne, Figueredo, Owings, Escobar, Perez, and Jones. A unique lineup here as they've got 3 lefties and 2 switch hitters throughout this lineup. Very unique. A couple of the notes that I pulled from this Crusher team as I was starting to get us prepared here is at the plate, they are very smart. A league-leading 98 strikeouts. That's the lowest in the entire league. Only team under 100 strikeouts at the plate. And they also have the 4th most walks drawn. So they're a tough team to pitch around there at home. But it's one of the best pitching staffs, if not the best pitching staff in the entire league that they'll have to go up against. Parker Brahms gets the nod tonight. 1-1 in his 2 starts so far this year. A 2.08 ERA, a batting average against of 140. And in his 13 innings he's pitched, he's given up just 3 runs on 6 hits. Excited to see what he can do tonight. And he will start things off against the shortstop, Keenan Irizarry. Irizarry is entering the game batting .288. One of the ones I had circled as player to watch in this series. First option for him is in there for a called strike.
88 degrees. It's sunny.
Well, the public announcer just said 88 degrees here. It's a beautiful day for baseball.
Second pitch stays a bit high for ball 1. He counted the ball on a strike, and it's a bit of a different feeling here. We had 70s all week in Canada.
Oh, really?
I was kind of used to that.
Oh, so you had jacket weather.
Just about. 1-1 from Brahms. Looked like it worked inside. At least that's the way that Irizarry responded. But it ended up being a pretty nice pitch in there.
Yes, looked like a breaking pitch. But, we don't want to call something until we're sure we know what it is. That brings it to 2-2. Was that the first time you were in Canada?
Was. Yes, indeed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you had your passport stamped?
Not this time. 2-2 on the way. This one's lifted high in the infield. The third baseman, Gary Mattis, running over there. And he finally brings it in. That ball moved a lot on him. For out number 1. And as Jackson Valera heads to the plate, we'll take a look at the defensive alignment for the Otters. A whole bunch of changes here. Not in the outfield. Javi Baez, Gordon in center, Mcnamee in right. Here's where it gets interesting. Gary Mattis at third, J.R. Davis at second. I looked what they did a little last year. Sinsley at first, Phillips behind the plate. Just a little bit of a shakeup. I'm eager to see what the new look looks like.
Well, yes, and looking over the starting lineup, Matthew, I myself am a little wondering what the heck happened. I mean, Armstrong's a pretty good short third baseman. So why wouldn't he be playing third?
First pitch from Brahms is inside for a called strike 1. The next pitch on the way, and it is lifted foul to the right side out of play.
But our salary doesn't give us the right to select. We're up here and they're down there.
Well, that's what I asked as soon as I came up. Is there a typo here? Or J.R. Davis and Gary Mattis switched? Like, I was a bit confused.
Yeah.
I think part of it is also just giving some of those guys that were on the Canada trip a day of rest after a really tough bus ride home. Had one bus, or half the bus ride kind of went all night, and some of the guys just might have earned the day off, I guess. Ball lifted into shallow right field, but it's Steven Sinsley who drops back and makes the snag for out number 2. A couple pop-outs to get us started here.
Yeah, but you had those buses where you could watch TV and go to the bathroom at the back, and with the seats recline just like you're in an airplane. And so a little tougher than in my day when we rode school buses. Hard seats. No wonder the elementary kids hate to go to school.
So Bryant Flute steps up, and he swings hard at the first pitch he's offered, but it's a bit outside, so he can't quite reach it. And you know, you ask maybe why is Armstrong not in the game? In the 6 games in Canada, he batted .091. So it was a tough week at the plate for him.
Well, it might have been the water.
Brahms just barely misses on the low outside corner. The count evens up at a ball and a strike. Yeah, he went 2 for 22 with 5 strikeouts. Not quite ideal.
No, but, you know, people do have bad days, and I can remember one of Evansville's heroes, Donnie Mattingly, playing with the Yankees. And when I was scouting the major leagues, and of course I would be in Yankee Stadium quite often, and I'd be there for batting practice. And Don Mattingly was having a hard time, and you had, I can't think of all the names right now, but about the manager, and I can't think of it right now, but the manager and the hitting coach and a couple others all working with him. And my opinion as a former player myself was, you know, when you got 2 guys, and I don't know the situation in Armstrong, but if you have 2 guys saying, well, this is what you do, and the other guy saying, well, if you did this, the player's confused. Leave him alone. Let one guy do the coaching. Anyway, Don Mattingly was like 1 for 30.
2-2 hit sharply at Sinsley. He'll just toss over to Brahms for out number 3, and we'll have to hear more about Mr. Mattingly after the break, as the Otters do a nice job here to go 3 up, 3 down, and make quick work on the defensive side. We get to see the bats of Mattis, Biermann, and Biles right after this. You are in your home for the Otters Digital Network, and Flow Sports.
Tony's Beats Race, Jack.
I want to remind you the Frontier League Baseball here on Flow Sports is presented by Working Distributors Evansville. And with that, we will go ahead and walk you through what the starting lineup for the Otters looks like. Gary Mattis returns to the Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game spot, followed by Biermann, Baez, Phillips, and Davis, rounding out the top 5. Mcnamee, Sinsley, Gordon, and Khalil round out the rest of it. Starting man for the Crushers is going to be Julio Vivas. Vivas enters the game 1-1 with a 3.0 ERA in the 3 games he's pitched so far this year. 18 full innings for him. He's got 21 strikeouts, just 3 walks. He's been really good. So Gary Mattis will make his first plate appearance. 7 games here. First option for him. Across the plate for a called strike 1.
And that was an 88 mile an hour fastball. Looked like it sank a little, but I'm not sure.
Sharply hit, foul ball to the left side, out of play. Quickly down 0-2 in the count.
You know, it looks like Mattis wears his pants above his knee.
Yeah, I think they get all the way up over the knee.
Yeah. There's that curveball that he exhibited that curveball in his warm-ups that was kind of short but had a great bite to it.
So 1-2 count towards Mattis. He extends the hands and swings at a pitch high and out of the zone. And starts off with a swinging strikeout.
You know, I repeat myself, Matthew, if you got to reach for any pitch to swing at, it's out of the strike zone.
There's the look at the Crushers' defensive alignment. Owings, Mayne, Valera out there in the outfield. And that's how your infield looks like. Escobar behind the plate. First pitch to Zach Biermann, a hard swinging strike 1. This week, while in Canada, Zach Biermann hit 190, getting just 4 hits and 21 plate appearances.
With no extra base hits.
Just one for him, a double. And it preceded the 3-run home run from Felix that won him the game at Ottawa. Other than that, he had a rather quiet week. A 1-1, and again he swings at a pitch that's off speed.
Yeah, he was way out in front. He reached for it. Like I said, if you got to reach, it's not a strike.
A 1-2, and this one's sent out towards left center field. It's going to fall for a base hit.
Yeah, it sounds like a secret weapon is here tonight. I hear his cow horn.
Well, it's good to see the Otters pick up a base hit early in the game, because base hits were hard to come by in the 6-game road trip. In the first 4 games of the road trip, the Otters managed just 13 combined hits across 4 games.
13 hits for 4 games.
In 4 games. And then in the final 2 combined, they had 20 hits in those 2 games combined. But in those opening ones, it was hard to get hits, even harder to bring runs across the plate. Part of that was because you didn't have some of the big bats like the one we're seeing now, Jeffrey Baez. First pitch he sees, lifts up towards the left center wall, chasing back on the outfielders, and making a catch at the warning track is Owings for out number 2. Well, he just about proved why he was a valuable bat on this team. Ends up about 5 feet short.
Well, if you notice that left fielder that made the catch, he actually leaped up. He not only extended his arm, he kind of elevated his body to make that catch. Otherwise, it would have ricocheted off that wall for, well, could have been a double.
Well, when it comes to bats that were missed on the road trip, this one is likely the biggest one. Dakota Phillips batting .438, making his first appearance of the game. First pitch for him is way outside for ball 1.
Yeah, Phillips is one of the leading hitters in the league. When I was looking it up, he might have been 6th or 7th in batting, .470 something. And he didn't make the trip because of some whatever.
And now he's looking at a 1-0 count and gets fooled on a pitch that just kind of tore towards the bottom of the zone.
And this guy, you said they lead the league in pitching or strikeouts?
No, the Crushers batters have the fewest strikeouts.
Oh, okay.
But this is a pitching staff that does have 145, which is near the league leaders.
Okay. Well, because I've noticed so far, of course, we're only in the first inning, but he's got a very effective off-speed pitch and has Mattis out front, and here you had Phillips is way out front.
2-1 count now to Phillips. Zach Biermann stands on first after his 1-out single. 2-1. Allen stays a bit low and inside. And Phillips up in the count 3-1 now.
As a batter, you love this count, 3-1. I was talking to my grandson, who's a catcher and going to be a freshman in high school now. And I said, what would you call on the 3-1 pitch? He said, fastball. I said, good.
A 3-1 for Phillips. He leaves it alone. And it is, man, I must have missed to the low side of the zone, 4-4.
So anyway, talking about my grandson, I said, you know, here you are as a catcher, you're going to call for a 3-1. And I said, now, as a batter, what are you expecting? He said, a fastball. And I said, that's right. And I said, are you swinging before the pitcher throws the ball? He said, oh, no, not me, not me. I said, well, there's a lot that do.
Well, here's one for you. Playing in his 400th professional game, J.R. Davis heads to the box for his first time tonight. One of two big milestones in games played we're going to see tonight. 400 for J.R. Davis. First option for him, and he doesn't pull back in time and
appreciate his bat. He went to swing and held up, but it didn't pull the bat back far enough. That means 400 at bats. That's at least 4 years of playing. Saying 90 times a year.
Just about, yeah. In that time, Davis has scored 202 runs and has 429 hits. So he's over a hit a game in his career. Gets fooled on a pitch high and inside, and he's down in the count 0-2.
That was another thing I was talking to my grandson about. Right now, JR just got jammed on that pitch. If he did make contact, he probably would have broke the bat with a ground ball.
The 0-2, swinging strike 3.
There's that off-speed pitch. Very, very effective so far.
Davis sits down with a strikeout, and the Otters leave 2 stranded here in the bottom half of the first inning. Still scoreless from Evansville. And a kind welcome back inside historic Bosse Field. Take a quick look at the standings if you missed that part of our pregame festivities. Schaumburg leading the way with that 10-5 record. First team in the West to hit 10 wins. Followed closely by Gateway, Washington, Windy City, Lake Erie, Evansville, Joliet, just about everyone. 2 to 3 games back there in the West. Florence with some ground to make up. As for the East, it is all Quebec in the early stages. But then some pretty close teams right there behind. Empire State still looking for win number 1 in their franchise's history here.
Seems like the Quebec Capitals in first place. They left here, beat us, 2 out of 3?
Absolutely, and then they went on a heater at home.
Yeah.
And swept through a couple teams, swept Gateway even, which is a really big series for them. Jared Mayne takes to the plate for his first time in this contest. Takes the ball high and inside. Mayne enters the game batting .243. Hard swing on a 1-0. Evens the count out of ball and a strike.
He pulled the string on that one, 75 miles an hour. He was way out in front. That's one of the most effective pitchers that a pitcher has, but don't use it effectively.
A 2-1 towards Mayne. Brahms is taking his time up there on the mound. Catches him swinging at a high pitch. One of the guys I mentioned you need to keep an eye on this Lake Erie team is Jack Harris. He is not officially active right now. He's on the 7-day injured list, but he would be eligible to come off that list tomorrow. Parker Brahms gets his first German American Bank strikeout of the game.
That's a German American Bank.
What's wrong with him that he's on the DL?
I couldn't figure out exactly why he was added to the 7-day IL, but if he can find a way back into the lineup before this series is over, he's near the top of the league in both home runs and RBIs.
Wow.
Every game that he has that he has not recorded a hit in, Lake Erie has lost.
Oh,
So he's kind of one of the guys that's got to make sure you've got him in there. 6 of his 11 games, multi-hit outings.
Wow.
If they can get him back, they instantly have some more offense.
It's amazing how one man can do so much for a club.
Coco Figueroa steps into bat now.
You know, in 1984, the San Diego Padres won the National League Championship, played Detroit in the World Series. And when my brother Jack, general manager at the time, was putting that team together, we talked about something, and I said, what we need is a leader. And we got Steve Garvey. And that was the man that put us over the top in winning that league. Not only was he a 280, 300 hitter, 20 RBIs, 20 homers, 80 RBIs. He was the leader of the team, and that's what every team needs is one leader.
He swings at a pitch on the low inside corner and now watches one go by and count us quickly at 2-2 for him.
You know, it was amazing, Matthew, to go into the clubhouse in Yuma at 8 in the morning, and there was Steve Garvey on a bicycle. 8 o'clock in the morning. And before you know it, it wasn't long after, there was quite a few players in that weight room on bicycles. Plus, when we walked out on the field to loosen up, he was the one that led the team in running from right field to center and back, and he led the exercises.
Well, foul ball lifted up and out of play. Keeps Figueroa in this count. A 2-2 headed his way. This one he sends towards the left side of foul territory. Mattis chasing after it, but it'll make its way just a bit too far out.
Yeah.
When it comes to leaders, obviously Jack Harris is the one at the plate for the Crushers. He's not going to be active at least tonight, maybe tomorrow or Thursday. On the mound, however, Joseph Squambellery. Fortunately for the Otters, they won't have to face him because he started the last game for Lake Erie against Empire State. In his 18 innings, he's allowed just 2 runs on 8 hits and picked up 21 strikeouts. And his 1.0 ERA is 3rd best in the Frontier League. Thankfully for the Otters, they're not going to have to face him. But when it comes to Julio Vivas, he's not too far behind. A called strike 3 there, as Figueroa was just kind of stuck in his shoes, and it's back-to-back.
Two strikeouts for Parker, and both have been called 3rd strikes.
Back-to-back German American Bank strikeouts have started off this top half of the 2nd inning. So with it, Connor Owings will make the walk up to the plate. Owings batting .233 on the season. First pitch is right across home plate for a called strike 1. Man, Parker Brahms must be doing something right to these hitters because he's got a lot of just called strikes. Not even strikeouts, but called strikes.
Right.
An 0-1 for Owings. Puts contact on this one, lines it straight towards Mattis at third, and that's the third out. Back-to-back 3-up, 3-down innings. Sits down the Crushers in the top half of the second. We head to the bottom half for the Otters, where Mcnamee, Sinsley, and Gordon are due up. And a welcome into you for the bottom half of the second inning. Man, Lake Erie and Evansville all time, 45-45. That came after the Otters were able to win 9 of 12 games against them last year. This was one of the teams that Evansville really controlled all the way through the year. In fact, the Otters had winning records against all 3 of the teams in their West Division last year. They had a way of making sure they were winning the games against teams in the division, and with the new look of the standings this year and you having to finish in the top 3 of that entire West Division, it makes all these games in the division so much more important. So due up in the half inning will be Elijah Mcnamee, Stephen Sinsley, and Miles Gordon. The first 2 being 2 who did not make the trip to Canada and are probably eager to get back into the box. Elijah Mcnamee will be the first one up. Batting .286 on the season. Still looking, other than his solo home run he had, still looking for an extra base hit.
Now, on that trip, there was X amount of players didn't make it because of various problems. Did all the coaches make it? And I have a reason for asking that.
Yeah, they had Andy and Max, the 2 main ones, and then Billy and Bobby also made the trip. So it was all 4 of them.
Because if you left some of the mainstay home, should have left one of the coaches that had batting practice every day. I know years ago, when I was on the coaching staff, I didn't make the road trips. So anyone that was on the DL, I used to pitch batting practice to them.
Now that's a question I can't answer. I'm not sure if there was, but I know that individuals of the team did show up here during the week and have their own workouts of some kind. I just don't know to what extent.
Well, it wouldn't have been batting practice on the field. It would be in the batting cage.
Yeah. Mcnamee lifts one foul out to the right side and falls down in the count 1-2. Mcnamee will be a nice one to get back in the loop of things. One of the real solid outfielders in this league. Almost bites at that 1-2 that broke outside. Stays disciplined.
I will second what you just said about being one of the premier outfielders in the league last year and so far this year.
Vivas sends home a 2-2, and that one works a bit too far inside. It's a full count for Mcnamee. Being really nice for the Otters to pick up a base runner with no outs here. That was another big issue on the road trip to Canada, as quite often they were looking at 2 outs right off the bat, and they had to do all their work with 2 outs. That's a tough place to put your team into.
Yes.
A 3-2 is chopped foul into the catcher, knocks off the catcher Escobar's mask.
As you say, you lead the inning off with 2 outs. The next guy gets a walk. Next guy gets a hit. Well, possibly then you had runners on first and third. And next guy flies out to deep left field. Well, it's 3 outs. You didn't score.
Well, that was the case a lot of times. They would put together a couple hits and walks and errors to get guys on with 2 outs, but kind of hard to do anything when you're hampering yourself like that. 3-2 count for Elijah Mcnamee.
This guy's got that effective off speed, which he didn't throw on that pitch.
Oh, he opts back to the fastball.
So far, that's, in my opinion, his best pitch is that off speed curveball, and he's made 2 of our batters look bad.
McNamee's made him look bad, though, making sure he's staying disciplined, at least this at-bat.
Yeah.
3-2. Ops right back with the fastball and gets McNamee swinging through for the 3rd strikeout of the day for Julio Vivas. So now the first baseman, Steven Sinsley, will make the trip to the plate. Sinsley had a really rough start to his year, searching for his first hit through 7 games played, then finally picked one up, went on a little tear in the last couple of games, and even had a 3-hit game there to close out his stretch before the Canada Tour. First option for Sinsley. He sends this one high and deep towards left field. Owings towards the wall, and it's over.
All right.
Bottom of the 2nd inning, and the Otters have a 1-0 lead off the bat of Steven Sinsley. That's a way to join back into the lineup.
And I was watching that left fielder, and he was getting himself ready to leap up in the air, which he did, but still was over the fence. But the point was, he knew it was over the fence, and he was ready to
give it some sort of effort.
Right. He wanted a jump start.
Well, with that, the center fielder, Miles Gordon, makes the return to the plate. Gordon, the other one, making a big milestone moment tonight. Game 350 in his professional career.
Well, I'm happy to see Gordon take that bunt to third, bringing that third baseman in. Now all you got to do is slap it up past him, and he's got a double. All right.
Able to lay off a pitch low and inside. He didn't count it a ball and a strike. Miles Gordon had, well, not the greatest road trip, batting .050, just 1 hit in 20 at-bats, and that 1 hit was a double. Of course, the double came with 2 outs, so nothing came of it, but he is certainly needing a really strong week here against Lake Erie and Gateway to kind of kickstart things for him. Food on a pitch high and away, and the count evens at 2-2 now. Quick pitch from Vivas. Stays maybe a bit low. Didn't look too far inside. And the count's now at full.
And you know, the third baseman went back to normal play. And of course, he knows he's not going to be bunting with 2 strikes.
A 3-2. Sent on a line to the right side, but foul.
Yeah. My good friend Buddy Kerr, former shortstop, New York Giants, spent 13 years in the majors. And they say he was the best 2-strike bunter in the major leagues, that he loved to bunt on 2 strikes. If you could perfect it, just say, take it like now. If he could lay a perfect bunt down at third, he's got a base hit.
Absolutely. 3 balls, 2 strikes. We'll do it again. This one is sent the same place but fair, and it's a nice play from the first baseman, Perez, to pick up out number 2. And when it comes to positive road trips, here's a man to look at. George Khalil, though batting .158 in the road trip, ended things on the right side of things, a 2-hit game on Sunday against Trois-Rivières. And he had 2 hit-by pitches against Trois-Rivières as well, which now has him at second in the league with 6 hit-by pitches on the year.
Really?
Looking at a 1-0 count after taking the first pitch. Vivas misses again to the low side of things. And so it's kind of a nice sight to see a pitcher really want to get pitches through. We had a couple this week that were a little more methodical on the mound. Vivas seems like he's ready to just get up there and go every pitch.
Well, yeah, you get the educated ones that analyze where I should throw it and how much I should throw, and they're generally the losers anyway.
Sometimes the best ones just get up there and keep doing their job. A 2-1 to George Khalil. That one works towards that low outside corner. Khalil holds up, and it's called strike 2.
You got to be one of those. Put me in, coach. I'll break up that rally. Put me in, coach.
Well, Sinsley was the one who answered that call. Khalil looking at a 2-2. Low and away. And you see Khalil caught himself thinking about it, but it looked out of the hand. Looked just like that last pitch. But
well,
that outside corner.
I'm going to analyze. So far, it's a 3-2 count. I haven't seen anything but fastballs to George. And see what this is. It's going to be a fastball.
A 3-2.
Yep.
Yes, indeed. He tried to overthrow it and sent it too high. And it's a 2-out walk for George Khalil.
So what this pitcher is showing me right now is when he needs a strike, he's going to throw that fastball.
It's almost like he's not confident enough that a guy's going to chase his off-speed. Exactly. But his off-speed's so potent that they probably will.
Yeah.
Well, we head back to the Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game, Gary Mattis. He struck out his first time up. Now he's got an opportunity with a guy on and 2 outs. Shows bunt at first, and in comes trotting the third baseman.
No, he held that bat back. He might have taken a step forward, but no way did that bat leave his shoulder. Of course, now as we're talking, people are watching the game and listening to us at the same time, so if we make a mistake, they can see it.
1 ball, no strike. This one's sent to the left side. Nice play from the third baseman to second for the 1 out they need. And the bottom of the second ends, but not until the Otters get the first run of the game on a Steven Sinsley solo home run to left. After 2, it's Evansville 1, Lake Erie 0. Getting one more look at that Played Again Sports replay of Steven Sinsley send one over the left field wall to break the scoreless tie here in the second inning. The one thing the Otters couldn't do in Canada was score runs, and Sinsley decides, you know what, second inning, let's get it done. Start to break that.
And an opposite field home run. That makes it even more important.
Hermindo Escobar, the catcher, will hop into the box for the first opportunity today and to lead off the third inning. Shows bunt there to start, and in comes Sinsley running from first. He was at the back of the infield dirt over there.
But look what Escobar was taking advantage of. Our third baseman's playing deep, playing against the line, too.
0-1, and maybe that's exactly why he is. Pulled hard to the left side, but just a bit foul. That was solid contact. He straightens that one up a little bit. That's a stand-up level.
Looks like he's well built, put it that way.
The 0-2 works way high on inside. He's able to get out of the way. Got some grace in those feet as well. A 1-2. This one is hit hard towards left center. Baez and Gordon are chasing it, and they will have to watch it go off the sign out there in center, or left center, and it's a stand-up double for Hermindo Escobar. He crushed that baseball.
Well, I'm going to say he has a pretty quick bat. He got that bat around, hit it solidly on the wood, and, he put it in between both the outfielders.
So with no outs and a runner on second, Danny Perez, the first baseman, steps in for his first time on the day, batting .345 on the year. He's the second best hitter on the team and the best one, with Jack Harris on the IL. First pitch he sees is on the high outside corner for a called strike one.
Ooh, that's a strike. Yes, it is.
Brahms just kind of caught him staring.
Yes.
So an 0-2 count quickly for Danny Perez. Only 3 RBI on the season for him. Big chance for another here.
Where he threw that pitch is where I would have called it myself. Throw it low, throw it by his knee, his ankles, see if he goes after it. Left-hand batters seem to love to play golf.
A 1-2. Goes high and outside, and barely catching a piece of it was Perez. Didn't matter because it was squeezed by Phillips for a German American Bank strikeout. It's the third one of the day for Parker Brahms.
Now, that was a big strikeout. I mean, have a runner on second and no outs. They could have sacrificed him to third, and so you took that play away.
Well, we go from one of the best hitters on the team to one of the worst in Alonzo Jones, the designated hitter. He's batting .077 to start the year, 1 for 13 in the 4 games he's played. Gets caught swinging at one that breaks away from the zone for strike one. Of course, I say all that, but this is quite an opportunity to break out of a slump like that.
Yes.
Runner on, 1 out. Even a long fly out is a productive out because you can move the runner. So this is a good opportunity for him to kind of kickstart the offense. The 0-1. He lifts this one up towards center field. Gordon only has to make a few steps in. And that looked like solid contact, but I think because the ball was an off-speed pitch up high, he just wasn't able to get enough oomph into it.
No, you're right on that. And your runner on second, and Escobar, if you notice, he didn't tag up. He went halfway simply because if the ball dropped, he's got third base easily. If he was tagging, he'd be locked at second.
Back to the leadoff hitter for the Crushers, Keenan Irizarry, the shortstop. He popped up to third baseman Mattis to start the game.
That was when Maddox did the polka. He was all over the field.
And you saw in that last pitch, you can see it here on the center field camera, Ermindo Escobar just bouncing around out there at second, moving all over the place, trying to get Parker Brahms to think about him a little bit more. 1-0 the count to Irizarry. Takes one, maybe a letter high as the count evens up.
Well, there's a big hole there. The right side of second base. You've got Davis playing way over in the hole, so he's giving up a few feet to his right.
Well, another hard swinging strike for the Crushers has him down 1-2 in the count with 2 outs, and that leadoff double could vanish under their eyes if they can't get something done with here. Ooh. Oh, look at that. Brahms snags the bottom half of the zone for strike number 3. His 4th German American Bank strikeout of the game. His 3rd called strike 3. We head to the bottom half of the 3rd. Otters still lead this one 1-0. Back inside historic Rossi Field for the bottom half of the 3rd inning. A nice job there from Parker Brahms to not let the leadoff double get into his mind. Ends up striking out 2 of the 3 he sees and really controlling that inning well.
Well, I was happy to see it because how many times has that happened to the Otters? They let off with a double and you're saying, oh boy, we got a good chance to score. And it ends up nobody scores.
So getting ready to make the walk up there will be Zach Biermann. He will be the one leading off the half inning for the Otters. Kind of an up and down week for him there on the road. Some work to do to get back on the right side of things. Biermann's a fun player to watch play because of the way you see him take his time at the plate and think about things a little bit more. Of course, when you have a bat as fast as him, you can think a little bit more when eager to see if he can start to turn that into a higher batting average as well.
Well, he's got a very quick bat, I'll say that. When he explodes, it's a dynamite swing.
He says he got hit on the inside foot, and he does indeed, so he'll head to first for free. Well, not quite for free. He had to earn that one the hardest way possible.
And there was no argument on the opposing team's side.
Seems to be that sometimes you can just tell when it's done it. So that'll bring up the left fielder, Jeffrey Biles, who missed a home run of his own by maybe 5 feet out there in left center to lead off his day. Able to check a swing on a ball that breaks low and outside. So wait before the 1-0 count. Gets caught.
Did he go?
They say yes, he did.
Well, It was an abbreviated bat, so I guess I might have to agree.
So he's stuck looking at a 1-1 count. Second time he's been on base, or second time he's been up to the plates with a runner on first already. Out of 3 pitches, he's checked his swing.
And all 3, yes, he had to check his swing.
He's stepping up there expecting that off speed, but it kind of looks like Beavis has kind of ditched the off speed in the last few batters. A 2-1 to Baez. That one works way high and inside. They say, did he go? He said, no, he didn't. So he's out 3-1 in the count.
That was close to nearly hitting the bat. Not a swing, but hitting the bat because he lifted his arms up to protect himself and left the bat up.
3-1 to Baez. Likely has the green light. Lets it go by for a called strike 2. He was ready to walk to first.
Most batters are looking for the 3-1 pitch, and Baez, there was no way he was going to swing. He was just going to take it automatic.
And it kind of looked like Beavis knew that.
Unless Biermann faked going to steal.
A 3-2 and another check swing on a high inside pitch would have been ball 4. Instead, it's fouled away.
Well, which we said before, lifted his arms up to protect himself, hit the bat. But getting back to the pitch before on the 3-1, that might have confused Baez because Biermann that was on first looked like he was still in second. So, you know, when you're up there and batting and you're seeing something like that with the runner going, it takes your mind off the pitch.
Get another shot here on another payoff pitch, the 3-2.
Now he can go because it's a 3-2 count.
I'm going to go check on him. That's a smart play. I'm surprised we don't see that more. Pitchers checking on runners on a full count because so often that runner on the full count's thinking, as soon as he moves, I need to head that way just in case.
Right.
And, I'm surprised we don't see more pitchers check on runners like that.
Yeah.
The 3-2 to Baez. Lets that one stay maybe a bit low. Just a tad bit low. 4-4 for Baez.
And here comes the man of the hour. You know, you say Mr. Phillips didn't make that trip to Canada, and I was going to ask, did his mother go? So anyway, Mom, get the rosary beads out. We need that. We need another run. Your son is batting.
Well, and this marks a very intriguing 6 games against Lake Erie and Gateway. 2 very formidable opponents for Phillips to test to see where the skill still is. If it was an early season heater or if that's exactly what we need to expect for him all season long. Lets a pitch go high and outside for ball 1. Because I think that Phillips impressed everyone in the first 9 games here at home. It instantly proved, hey, I need to be a guy not to worry about just about making this roster every night, but also in the league, a guy to circle on your lineup card to know we got to worry about this guy. Now it's all about can he keep that consistency going after the 6-game layoff for him.
Right. And in the meantime, after this pitch,
A 1-0 that looked close to the same place it was last time, called strike 1.
I was just going to say the same thing. That is his pitch. It's a high outside pitch. He goes to left center. Now, if you notice, there's a big gap. The center fielder is playing in the shade to right field.
Not doing their homework. A 1-1 count for Dakota Phillips. Ooh, hefty swing for him. Ended up just in front of it.
There's that off-speed pitch, and I tell you what, it has been effective to this guy, to our hitters, because we're way out front. Now that, to me, as a catcher, why don't you call it more, or why don't you throw it more, whatever.
So 1-2 the count to Dakota Phillips. And they catch him swinging on a fastball up high. And Phillips will sit down via the K.
That was his pitch, the high pitch.
He likes that one.
He does. He likes the high pitch.
But I think the off-speed set up that pitch well because he was behind it.
Exactly. Good call. You're making good observations. I'll tell you that.
Now, maybe I'm reading a little too much into it, but the ones that we've seen struggle the most with that off-speed pitch were Mattis, Mcnamee, and now Phillips. Three of the guys who have not had at-bats in a week.
Right.
Maybe I'm reading too far into it, but maybe it's, hey, these guys haven't seen in-game pitches for a week, so it's tough to see the difference between those different types.
Well, and all are power hitters to a degree. So they're looking for the fastball. Yeah, good observation. Good observation.
Davis just about takes one in the chin with the first ball high and inside. So 1-0 the count. 1 out, runners on first and second for the Otters. They still lead by 1. Chops one towards the infield. Pitcher went the wrong way. There'll be a play at first. It's in time. Scary play there if you're Lake Erie. Julio Vivas went the wrong way off the mound because his momentum carried him the wrong way and made the play a little closer than it probably intended to be. But, hey, that's a productive at-bat from J.R. Davis. We just moved the runners.
We moved the runners. It's just like a bunt, sacrifice bunt. Now all we need is a base hit, a pass ball, an error, and the Otters could capitalize.
Well, Elijah Mcnamee will be the next one up. He struck out his first time up, so maybe he's due for that base hit now.
He chased a high pitch, if you remember.
First pitch he sees is just on the outside edge for a called strike 1. Tell you, while I was in Trois-Rivières, I had a dream one of the nights I was there sleeping, and I had dreamt that Trois-Rivières signed Mcnamee on a one-day deal and played him against us when he wasn't with us. I don't know where that came from, but I was all worried that Mcnamee had decided to sign for another team for one game. They go to the exact same location, maybe an inch further out, and it's left alone for ball 1.
It might have been a comment from the dugout because the umpire turned around and said something to the Lake Erie people. Like you said, hey, same location, 2 different pitches.
So 1-1, the count now to Elijah Mcnamee.
Oh,
nice pitch there.
There's that pitch again. 78, 79?
Yeah.
If I was the catcher or the pitcher, I'd be using that more. I mean, that was so effective.
I'm not sure if you saw it there, but the home plate umpire took a while to call that. And as soon as Vivas threw it, he put his arms on his head because he thought it was going to be called a ball. Yeah. Then he got it his way. A 1-2 is sent out towards right field. And it's caught on the run by the right fielder, Valera. Man, 3 or 4 feet shorter, and it might have been a RBI base hit for Mcnamee. Instead, the lead stays at 1 for the Otters after 3 full innings. It's Otters 1, Crusher 0 here on your home for the Otters all season long, the Otters Digital Network and Flow Sports. Top half of the fourth coming at you here on the Otters Digital Network and Flow Sports. He's Bill McEwen. I'm Matthew Will. Nice to be back home and sitting next to you for a couple of games.
Well, it's a pleasure. You know, you're the 12th new guy that I've worked with, and you are an outstanding young man. And so far, I really enjoy working with you.
Well, it's nice to have Of course, it's always a gift when you can do this with someone who has the knowledge that you have. Obviously, you've seen enough throughout the game of baseball that you add something different that so many others could never bring.
Well, let me say this. I started my professional career.
I'll have to pause you there for a second, as it is a no-doubter home run from Jackson Valera on the first pitch of the half inning. I'm not quite sure if that ball's landed yet, actually. He got a hold of that.
I was watching our left fielder, Baez, out there, and if you notice, he took one or two steps and just was waiting for it to clear both walls. So he knew the minute it left that bat that it was gone.
Well, you'll have to check your car out there, because that one might be sitting underneath it, as that certainly was clearing the brick wall, too.
Yeah.
Well, quickly, we've got...
His score's tied.
Yeah, we've quickly got one batter already taken care of, and now it's Bryant Flete, who is 0 for 1 in the game with a ground out towards first base.
Well, we were patting ourselves on the back, saying that the Otters, the Lake Erie had the leading batter be on second, no outs. Let the second baseman have it.
And J.R. Davis indeed will pop in there and grab it for out number 1.
Anyway, the runner was on second and no outs, and we got them. We got all 3 outs without them scoring. But then again, it came our time to bat, and we had runners on first and second and no outs, and we didn't score either.
Well, this is just going to be a prequel for what we need to expect all year here in the West Division. Every game is going to be like this, back and forth, both teams having power available. This whole league is built really laterally, which makes for exciting baseball throughout the entire year. Jared Mayne due up for his second time. He struck out looking the first time at the plate. Starts with a called strike 1.
I'm going to change the subject for a second. Our producer, Gordon, who is on the other side of our wall that keeps us on the air, just went down, talked to somebody in their dugout, and he's just coming back to his seat now.
Yeah,
whatever happened.
One of the power cables that connects to our third base camera got unplugged down in that dugout, so they had to get it back on, and hopefully we'll have access back to that camera here shortly.
Well, if I may say something, see, when you're up here, you got to see everything that's happening on the field. I didn't know what was happening, but I noticed when you see the producer running down and talking to somebody in the dugout, you had the answer, of course.
1 ball, 2 strikes here is nice pitch from Parker Brahms. He pulled the string on it and kind of had Mayne fooled. He was able to get a piece of it, keep himself alive. 1-2 works too far away. Phillips keeps it in the glove, and count evens up at 2-2. Brahms entering the game with a 140 batting average against. He has been really good on the mound in his 2 starts. Of course, one of those games he pitched was a phenomenal game at Ottawa to open up that series. Gave up just 2 runs in a complete game effort, but the Evansville Bats couldn't back him up with anything of his own, and it was a 2-0 loss. So it goes down in his sheet as a loss, but it was a masterclass on the mound for him.
Yes, he didn't. Oh.
Able to hold up the swing was Jared Mayne. He earns a 1-out walk. So with that, the third baseman, Coco Figueroa. Figueroa is a guy who struck out his first time up, yet he's batting .333 on the season. He is one of 3 individuals on this Crushers team that has 11 walks already on the season. First offering to him just carves the low edge of the zone for a called strike 1.
I was going to ask you, you got a runner on first base now. If you knew that runner was going to steal, for some reason, you got wind of their stealing their signs, would you be calling a fastball or a curveball, knowing he's stealing now?
If we know he's stealing, you probably want to throw a fastball a little bit outside so you can get your catcher an easier way to
Not a
toss
curveball.
out. Not a curveball, no.
Okay. And is there logic to that?
I would say so.
Well, what I'm trying to say is that if the pitcher has a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, his curveball is going to be 85 miles an hour.
As the ball gets past Phillips and allows Jared Mayne to reach second.
Yeah. So that 10 miles an hour is giving that runner 3 extra steps. So if you're going to bang, bang, he's got second solo because the catcher's waiting for the ball before he can throw it. Okay. I'm going to give you an A. But you might have to stay after school on the next one.
Well, hopefully if I have to stay after school, it's tomorrow's game. A noon start for you, by the way. An early start on our Wednesday tomorrow. As a called strike 2 units count at 2-2.
I know I had to change a doctor's appointment. I had forgotten about the 12 o'clock, 12:30 game.
Yeah, a bit strange.
I had a 10 o'clock doctor's appointment. They're going to do therapy on me. Can you imagine that?
Game will start at 12:05. Gates open here at 11. We'd love to see you out for Wednesday morning baseball. Figueroa pops one up towards the foul area left side, and Mattis tracks it down and brings it in for out number 2. Good heads-up play from Khalil to run all the way over to third and cover third base with a runner on second.
You're right. That's, again, good observation. Yeah, as you know, my balance isn't there, so starting tomorrow I have to go through therapy.
Hey, well, if it means we can keep you out here for 48 home games, that's the end goal.
Well, I don't know. The way I've got therapy, they think I got water on the frontal part of my skull, and that's what the therapy is for because of balance. And then I've got congestional heart failure, with my heart is swimming in a pool. And then I got a growth on my kidney, which they don't know if it's cancer or not. So I'm being treated with 3 different doctors.
Well, one thing is for certain, and that's if this team can start to make a good push throughout the year and make it towards the playoffs, I'm not sure if Dakota Phillips and his mom can perform on the baseball diamond without you up here. So we've got to make sure we've got you available.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Matthew. That was, I'm going to take that as a heck of a compliment. Thank you. I hope Mrs. Phillips is listening. You can always send us a tweet and say that Matthew is on the ball.
I would see the count quickly to Connor Owings. He didn't love the called strike 2 just there. But now he's got to stay defensive in there. Lake Erie trying to avoid leaving another runner at second in this game. High inside fastball has Owings bailing out.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. Parker's got 3 strikeouts, and all 3 have been called strikeouts. Be nice.
1 ball, 2 strikes here. The 1-2 bounces away from Phillips. He keeps it in front of him, though. And that's a really important ball to keep in front of you.
Well, that's a catcher's job. You work on that constantly, throwing balls in the dirt, and you're looking for that lateral movement so that he scoots over and puts his body, but mostly important, his glove, down. So you want to smother the ball that it ends up going in front, not behind you, because just like Phillips did, it's so easy to just go and pick it up and keep that running around the base.
Well, of course, with the way that safety equipment has evolved into 2022, trust the equipment you've got on. You might get a little winded if you take a ball to the chest, but hey, I mean, you've got the protection on now. do what you got to do to keep that ball in front of you.
Exactly.
2-2 once again to Connor Owings. Big pitch.
There it is.
Swinging strike three. He got a piece of it. It didn't matter, however. And it is another strikeout for Parker Brahms, his fifth German-American Bank strikeout of the game. We head to the bottom half of the fourth inning, tied at 1 after a solo home run from Jackson Valera. want to remind you that Frontier League Baseball on Flow Sports is presented by Budweiser, the king of beers. And the top of the fifth coming at you here from historic Bosse Field. Evansville has 2 runs, both from Steven Sinsley solo home runs. On the other side, the Crushers have 1 run on a Jackson Valera home run. Other than that, we've just seen a lot of runners stranded. Another 2 in that inning for the Otters. But it's kind of interesting as you look through this game thus far, most of the runners we've seen left on have been given up via walk or hit by pitch on both sides. And really the only hits that we're seeing in the game are the home runs thus far. There haven't been a ton of regular base hits in this game to date. Starting off the top half of the 5th inning for the Crushers will be the catcher, Hermindo Escobar, who doubled in the 3rd inning, missed a home run by a few feet.
You were talking about lack of hitting outside of the 3 home runs. Escobar's got a double, and Biermann's got the single. And that's it.
That's it. 5 total hits.
5 total hits in the game, right.
And if you stuck with us all week through the Canadian trip, kind of used to games with low scoring and not much hitting, that was the bug that the Otters there must have been something in the water, because they just really could not put up hits and runs consistently. A nice pitch there from Brahms, just misses on the high inside corner, and it's 2-0 to Hermindo Escobar. He shows bunt for a second and then takes off out of the zone, but it's a called strike 1 on that same pitch that breaks into the zone.
And I'll tell you what, if that hit him, it'd probably be like a Band-Aid insofar as it was off speed, and yet he ran away.
Well, Parker Brahms probably couldn't see it. Maybe he has the paper tucked in his back pocket. Took a page out of the Bill McEwen rulebook there and threw the exact same pitch once again and caught him swinging at it. 2-2 to Escobar. He gave it to him again. Oh, just gets past Mattis over there at third. They call it foul. I thought that might have been fair.
I thought it went over the bag. But the umpire is right there, so we can't argue. And the manager's not arguing either.
Man, Mattis didn't miss that by too much. For a guy who hasn't played third yet this year, he made a good play on that. And that's not the first time Escobar has just about put one on that line. He did it in his first at-bat, too.
Well, you know, look at the theory. I'm making this up now. Look at the theory of Escobar.
Wow, Brahms is having his way in this at-bat. High and inside,
and that is
away.
Taking the bunt twice. Bring that third baseman in, because he's ricocheted 2 down the third. If you got that third baseman in, you lock them up. That might be his theory.
Well, Escobar just looks frustrated in there. Gets a pitch high and inside, and he's forced to just kind of keep himself alive.
Yeah.
So again, we do a 2-2.
Outside, right?
This time works inside.
Right.
Causes Escobar to jump a bit.
I'm going to say don't give him a breaking pitch. That's what I'm going to say. No breaking pitches. Rely on the fastball. Pitch inside.
3-2 to Hermindo Escobar. That one's outside, bounces in for ball 4. And, you know, before that one, I wanted to mention that I thought Brahms did a good job with his 3 balls in that at-bat, making sure they were all quality. They all challenged the hitter. That was the only ball he threw in that at-bat I thought didn't challenge Escobar.
Right. Well, Escobar's had a quick bat. We said that when he hit the double.
So now the first baseman, Danny Perez, the lefty, will step in. He struck out swinging his first time up.
Now, Escobar was a little jumpy on.
First pitch seen by Perez is lifted out towards right center field, and it's pulled in by Miles Gordon on the warning track. So that wind that's blowing from basically home straight out towards left is starting to affect some of those balls hit to right field.
That was out by the party deck. And that's at least 385 feet.
Indeed. Corona Party Patio Deck is a pretty cool place to watch a game, too. If you've got a group of friends or coworkers who'd like to come visit historic Bosse Field, give our front office call at 812-435-8686. They'll hook you up with the Corona Extra Patio Deck, unlimited bottled water and soft drinks out there, and all-you-can-eat menu as well. It is quite the place to watch a game. First pitch.
That center fielder had it.
Jones.
Center fielder had it.
And it looked like Gordon called it because the second baseman, J.R. Davis, turned around and ran towards the infield. He was letting him have all the space he needed.
Yeah, George ran out there quick, and I was afraid he was going to call Gordon off, but you're right.
So once again, after a leadoff man gets on, 2 quick outs for the Crushers, and they're going to do something. They've got to do it now with 2 outs and a runner on first. They head back to the leadoff hitter, Keenan Irizarry, who's 0 for 2 with a strikeout looking and a pop-up.
You know, you look at Escobar's build. Now, this is not insulting him. He's well built. But what I'm trying to say is that body is not a base-stealing body.
We say that, and then we see Jeffrey Baez decide he's going to try to steal bases too. Yeah. So ball is sent long out towards Baez at left.
Ooh, he makes the fair territory.
Right on the edge of the fair territory, right in front of the ground, the warning track, and it's a pretty simple 3 outs after the leadoff walk. After 4.5 innings, Evansville leads 2-1 here from historic Bosse Field. And we're ready here for the bottom half of the 5th inning. Close score, not a lot of hits, but it's been an entertaining game thus far. We've got to see some impressive work from both of the starting pitchers, some good work from the infields, but for the most part, it's been pretty even in this one. Dakota Phillips will lead us off here in the 5th inning. 0 for 1 with a walk and a strikeout so far in his game. Still searching for a hit that could extend what is right now a 8-game hitting streak for him. First pitch for Phillips is way inside.
Escobar is the catcher, and after all that running on the bases last inning, he just threw the ball back to the pitcher and he bounced it. And I guess he's tired.
A 1-0 for him, and a pitch is fouled back into the netting, evening up the count of the ball and a strike. Phillips enters the game batting .438, so rock solid start to his year in those 9 games that we saw.
Well, I'll tell you what, Phillips has got to get a hit there because the All-Star game's coming up, and we want to see him in the All-Star game.
Another 1-1 pitch that's inside and gets past the catcher.
You know, I mean, right now people are starting to make out their ballots who's on the All-Star team, and as you said, the team that has an early breakthrough, those guys are all going to be leading candidates.
Well, I tell you, we have seen a lot of really good individual performances throughout the Frontier League early in this season. I I sure hope that as a broadcaster, I don't have to be one of the people that helps vote on those teams, because there's a lot of good competition across this league.
You will be voting.
Man, well, I feel bad for the rest of them who have to help me, because it is going to be a tough choice with the amount of quality we're seeing across the league. 3-1 to Phillips, and he fouls it back into the netting.
See, now that was a 3-1 count, and it was inside, and it handcuffed Dakota. Now, whether it would have been a strike or not, I'm not sure.
Now, we've seen him do this every pitch now with Phillips. He's gone inside, outside, inside, outside, inside, outside.
Right.
In this at-bat, at least. So maybe we see that outside pitch that Phillips loves so much.
Well, his strength is the outside pitch. Now, when we say outside, we're talking about over the plate, outside plate.
The one where he can extend his hands just a little bit.
Right, exactly. When you got to reach, then you're out of your zone.
He doesn't like to drive from down up. He likes to just kind of go very horizontally. 3-2 once again for Dakota Phillips. And there he gets one towards the second baseman. A nice snag from Flete, and over to first in time for the first out of the inning.
Well, I thought that was a base hit. Now, that was what you call solid contact.
Well, and if the second baseman's playing in any other position, he probably doesn't get there as hard as that was hit.
Right.
So now the second baseman, J.R. Davis, walks up, and Davis, is 0 for 2 in his 400th professional game. First pitch seen is outside.
You know, in my day, I don't remember us counting how many games we played. All I know is the season used to be like 150 games, and chances are we played 130 of them, allowing 20 for injury, not for rest, but injury.
Davis ended up playing 4 games at AAA back in 2019. Then he spent a whole bunch of time in single A, as well as rookie ball throughout his career as well.
What AAA club?
In AAA, he played for Tacoma back in 2019 through the Seattle organization. But then a lot of his single A time was in, looks like Peoria.
Peoria.
Through the St. Louis affiliation.
Yeah.
Pitch high and in. Evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes for J.R. Davis.
When we won the 1957 pennant here in the 3I League, we won it in Peoria. We were going tied with them in the 3-game series. We took 2 out of the 3.
Time called there. Looks like by the catcher Escobar.
And they were a Cardinal team at that time.
Well, that's the great thing about a lot of the players in this Frontier League is if they're not right out of college and rookies, a lot of them have spent time at some of those single A clubs and bring a lot to the team. A pop out to the shallow right field, and it's Flete, the second baseman, who goes out and makes it. Kind of a lackluster end to what was a pretty solid at-bat for Davis. And now with 2 outs, the right fielder Mcnamee will have to be the one who starts things.
Now, I know you're new to this league, and that's not insulting. However, you just said something about coming out of college and all. How many players I'm going to say, I've been up here in the radio booth for 12 years, so I don't recall anyone, and that's why I'm asking you to check. I don't recall anyone coming out of high school playing in this league. They're either ball players that have played affiliated baseball or out of college, but never out of high school.
I don't think I've seen one in the small amount of time I've been looking.
Right.
But I'll see what I can dig into.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. Like I said,
most of the time, it doesn't make sense for you to go out of high school to something like this with the experience you can gain in college. It doesn't hurt you any to go to try to play college ball, because there's a lot of really high-quality college baseball out there. The JUCO level is a ton of fun to watch. But if you like that, the JUCO World Series is currently being played in Grand Junction, Colorado. A lot of really solid teams at that event.
No, you're right. There's a lot of great baseball colleges. And I'm thinking of something I just read the other day, and Kingman. I don't know if you remember. There was he played for USC, I believe it was, Southern California, and they, from what I remember,
Mcnamee sends one out towards right field. Not a long way to move for Valera. Just comes in a few steps and brings it in for out number 3. Otters, for the first time tonight, are retired in order here in the 5th inning. And we head to the 6th, still at a 2-1 advantage in favor of the Otters.
I'll finish my story next inning.
Top half of the 6th inning coming your way here on the Otters Digital Network and Flow Sports and Frontier League Baseball. Flow Sports is presented by Old National Bank, your bank for Evansville, your bank for life. And Parker Brahms is going to stick through things out there on the mound for the Otters. Been a nice night for him thus far. Gone through the 5 innings, allowed just 2 hits, 1 run. Picked up a handful of strikeouts, 5 to be exact. And walked just 2. Not much to be upset about in the game for Parker Brahms.
Well, if I really can finish that real story real quick. The June draft was coming up, and this is rumored now. So I don't want to put nobody at fault. It was a rumor that the Giants and the San Francisco Giants and the Dodgers made a deal of who would draft who. And at the end, it backfired, whatever. But I'll tell you what, that was a man that didn't hit 300-foot home runs. Kingman hit those 600-foot home runs. He was also a pitcher.
1-1 the count to Jackson Valera. His last time up, a solo home run deep to left field. He is 1 for 2 on the day. This 1-1 offering. Oh, man, just misses that low outside corner. Nice offering from Brahms there to challenge out there.
But, getting back to what you said, if it's a kid coming out of college, instead of playing here in the Frontier League, you go on to college, even if it's a small-time college, because you gain a lot of experience.
Well, you really have no idea who you could be playing next to.
Right.
I mean, careers can come out of just about anywhere when it comes to college baseball.
You could be playing shortstop for a high school team and have a losing season, and 10 years later, the second baseman that you worked with, is he going to get it?
2-2 sent out towards Gordon. He charges in, but not there quite in time. It lands in front of him for a base hit to lead off the 6th inning.
So he's got 2 hits, the home run and the base hit. The point I was making, that high school teammate that was playing second 10 years from now, he's in the major leagues. And you never expected that in high school. You'd say, hey, geez, just another player. Never know.
Well, it'll be really interesting to see how things change now that the major leagues have changed the draft. This year being the first year of the 27-round draft as opposed to the 40-round draft. So I feel like we might see a whole lot more talent start to come towards the Frontier League area here come June when the draft happens because of how many less people are getting drafted.
Yeah. Well, I found fault with that baseball draft. And I'm being honest. I was in several of the draft meetings, New York City, San Diego, Kansas City. And after the first round, the major league round, then it's open season. And they're talking, well, we're going to start the 35th round. Well, these are guys you're just picking up and name them. So some team drafts 30 kids. And I've seen this happen. Some organization will draft 30 kids. Yet, they bring them to a certain place, a certain one of your facilities. You let them pitch one inning and you release them. Or you bat once and strike out and they release you. That is not fair to the kid. I always said, if I was a minor league farm director, nobody should be released until they played one full year of minor league baseball. Give the kid a break.
Well, the 27-round draft might help that a little bit. It gives you the opportunity to give more kids opportunities. Right. Bryant Flatte, who is 0 for 2, is looking at an 0-2 count. They're going to check over at first. Man, that was a quick movement from Brahms on the mound.
In 1970, Corning, New York was the Kansas City Royals summer team in the New York Penn League. And I was one of the coaches. And I had to bring this kid in one day, and I said, we can't sign you. We're going to release you. I mean, I couldn't sign you. We're going to release you. We signed him. And I said, you didn't look very impressive. And he said, well, and he took his shoes off. His feet were bloodied. And going back now, in my day, yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Half swing on a 1-2. They don't ask for a second look.
What they used to do and say in baseball, if you took a 9 shoe, get an 8.5 shoe, and then you put those shoes in a bucket of water, and then you wear them.
2-2 is lifted out towards shallow right field. It looks like J.R. Davis has the best line on it, and he brings it in for out number 1 in the inning.
I should have let Elijah had that. He's coming in. Anyway, what the motto is you were form-fitting that shoe. Well, this is what the kid did. Only thing is, he didn't put it in a bucket of water. He was wearing his shoes a half a size. They just chewed up his feet. But I didn't know that when we released him. So after we released him, I felt bad, but still.
Unfortunately, the game of baseball is also a business.
Yeah.
First offering for Jared Mayne in this opportunity. Mayne is 0 for 1 with a strikeout and a walk.
Just continue a story. One of the kids was a first baseman, and he looked terrible. I mean, first of all, he looked out of shape. And Rosie Gilhousen, our West Coast supervisor of scouting, signed him, gave him $35,000. And we're not going to release somebody we gave $35,000 to. And I kept saying, what the heck can this kid do? He's striking out a lot. He's overweight, put it that way. And one day he came to me and he said, when is the team going to buy my glasses? I said, what are you talking about? He said, well, they promised me new shoes and new glasses. And I got the shoes, but I didn't get the glasses. I said, you wear glasses? He said, yeah. Needless to say, in 3 years, he was in the major leagues. We got him his glasses, by the way.
A 1-2 count for Jared Mayne. Pitch on the way, and it's chopped up foul.
Yeah, there's all kinds of stories like that in the minor leagues.
That's construction. Choose the best.
Of course, once he got his glasses, he started hitting home runs, by the way.
It does help if you can see the ball when you're a hitter, usually. I'm liking that we're going to get to see right now Parker Brahms again have to work around a leadoff hit. We saw him do it earlier in the game, but now, crunch time, he's at 90 pitches already thrown. I don't know how much fatigue there is just 3 games into the season for him, but hey, I mean, a leadoff hit and you're working around it. I like that we can see this from him early in the year. Obviously, Max Peterson believes in him. We haven't seen a flinch out of any bullpen member of the Otters.
Well, I'll tell you what. Somebody should be warming up, not throwing hard, just in case.
Stretching, tossing.
And
right. A 2-2 is sent out towards center field. Gordon's going to have to run a long way for this one. Now he slows down and pulls it in. So that'll bring up the third baseman, Coco Figueroa, who is 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a foul out.
Talking about warming up.
Third baseman number 1, Coco Figueroa.
I can't think of the pitcher's name. But anyway, it was a number 1 draft. And I had to go down to Georgia, University of Georgia, to watch him pitch.
Figueroa sends it right back up. It takes Brahms' glove off his hand. They go to second for the 1 out.
That worked out to the Otters' favor.
And once again, we see Brahms give up a leadoff hit and flawlessly work his way out of it. After 5.5 innings, it's still Otters 2, Lake Erie 1. An exciting one brewing here at historic Bosse Field. Couple individuals making sure they get their couple of seconds on the dance cam, brought to you by our friends at Drake's. We are heading to the bottom half of the 6th inning here, and a lot of parity in these two teams thus far. Some solid pitching on either side, some struggles at the plate. I think a lot of that's caused by the pitching. Both pitchers starting to use some off-speed in the later innings. We are going to start to see our first new arm of the game, however, is Jacob Gilliland is going to get the nod out of the Crushers bullpen in left field.
Well, I'll tell you what, that starting pitcher, Vias, whatever his name was, Julio, I thought he did a pretty good job of pitching outside of the 2 home runs. Heck, the game would still be, in fact, it is close. I mean, it's a 2-1 ball game. So, well, whatever.
Well, that call to the bullpen is presented by Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solutions needs. And on the mound is Jacob Gilliland throwing home towards Ermindo Escobar. That pitcher-catcher battery is sponsored by The Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at The Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or call at 812-475-9000.
Well, here's the team here's the individual that has got 2 runs, and Lake Erie has only got 1.
Yeah, currently the score is Stephen Sinsley 2, Jackson Valera 1.
Yeah.
And the rest of the teams are just kind of happy to be here.
Right. They enjoyed the bus ride.
Exactly. We mentioned that we wanted to see someone at least tossing, and Samson Abernathy has done that in the break.
Well, again, just to be ready.
Yep.
That's all. I was going to tell you, I was down at University of Georgia, and this is a major league draft, and our scout sent me down there. And I said to our scout, when's he going to pitch? He said, don't worry, he'll pitch.
Hard hit by Sinsley in the left field, and it's a 3-hit game for Stephen Sinsley.
But all 3 have been to left field.
Hey, it's dangerous when a hitter like him can get good. It's even more dangerous when he can do it to all sides of the field.
Right. So anyway, try to finish this story. I said to our scout, when's he pitch? He said, don't worry, he'll pitch. Well, next thing you know, he gets up and he goes down to the bullpen. About 40 scouts. I mean, you're talking big general managers, scouting directors. Everybody gets up and they run down to the bullpen to see him pitch.
First chance for Gordon. He bunts towards the right side. Pitcher will step off and go to the second baseman who's covering first for the first out. Gordon does his job, moves the runner.
Well, he goes down there and then he starts doing some stretches. Then he gets on the guy's back and they're backing whatever it's done. Then he plays toss. So I said to our scout, I said, by the time he finishes his exercises, they're going to be over. Well, to turn around, they didn't need him when he did get in the game. They won, but the point was, it took him 10 to 15 minutes to warm up. So if you need a reliever, you don't need a guy that's,
Well, that's the thing with Abernathy out there right now. Have him so that if things go south, he can get himself warmed up quick and he's ready to go.
Yeah.
George Khalil, who is 0 for 1 with a flyout and walk so far in the game, starts the count 0-1 and watches an off-speed sneak by for strike number 2.
That was the pitch to jump on.
Khalil currently is the one wearing the crown in the on-base streak. All 12 games that he's played in, he has gotten on base.
You see where the catcher is setting up? Way outside. So he's going with no balls, 2 strikes. He's telling the pitcher, hey, make it a ball. Make him chase.
An 0-2 for Khalil.
There he goes. See where he's signing up? Yep. There it was.
Caught Khalil swinging on a strike 3, his first strikeout of the game. And with that, we head back to the top of the order, and the Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game, Gary Mattis, who is 0 for 2 with a fielder's choice, a strikeout, and a hit by pitch. He was left on third his last time up. But with 2 outs and a runner on second, something solid to the outfield probably scores Sinsley.
Well, we do need this run.
Sends one oppo, but it does get well out of play for strike 1.
You know, earlier, before the game, Preston, our director of communications, was out there checking the lights. And you look at the center fielder now, just about could see him.
0-1 for Mattis. He tries to hold his swing up, makes a little bit of contact, and it's 0-2 quickly for him.
I don't think those lights here are covered the entire field. That's my opinion.
It's really nice in the infield. But
yes,
in the outfield, it does start to look shadowy out there.
Yeah.
The 0-2, that one gets way inside. I thought it might have hit Mattis. Sinsley finds himself way off second, but it's a 1-2 count. Because I think ideally, you'd like to see every single guy on the field have 4 shadows. So he's getting light from all 4 sides.
Right.
But there in the outfield, you're only seeing shadows from one side of most of those guys, and it's from the little lights out there in the outfield. So.
And these are high-class lights. I think we spent $9 million, $5 million, $9 million renovating this field a year ago.
Mattis steps out for a second, ready on a 1-2 count with 2 outs and a runner on second. That one bounces in. Sinsley's heading for third. There won't be a throw out there, however. And it kind of looks like Escobar was a little shaky getting up. He's rubbing on his leg where that ball bounced off. Because I think it hit off his inner thigh when he jumped up to go run after it. It stung a little bit.
Well, if you're going to be a catcher, you expect to suffer injuries. I got
2-2 is sent to the right side, but does get fouled.
I can't tell you how many times I broke fingers and broke ribs and got beat up. But the worst thing is to get a split finger. That is the worst. When you open up a cut and spread, everything, even eating, having the fork in your hand hurts.
Well, that's all part of the job as a catcher, right?
Oh, yeah.
The last line of defense.
That's right.
2-2
I like
count.
that. That's a good last line of defense. That sounds good.
Well, we're now getting out of that type of baseball, but there was a long time when it was the thing to run over that catcher, to try to knock him over, get the ball out of the mitt, and you get touch home. That's kind of become a little bit of a lost art as Mattis earns a walk on a long at-bat there. A deer head side walk.
Oh, yeah. Today you can't run into a catcher and do those things.
I mean, you can do it, but you're almost expecting that other team to come out and defend him now.
Well, at the same time, the umpire will call you out. And, hey, I was run over many a time, I'll tell you that. Here we come with Big Zach. Come on, buddy.
Biermann has reached base all 3 times, once on a single, once on a hit by pitch, once on a walk. He's been stranded out there every time.
Yeah, that was a good strike, inside pitch.
Biermann didn't love it, but it is called strike 1.
Now, here's the thing. Is Andy going to send the runner down? Is he going to take a chance?
Mattis already does have 1 stolen base on the day. The 0-1, there he goes to second. The throw out, and they don't throw out to second. Instead, he's careful about Sinsley at third. And for the second time this year, Gary Mattis has 2 stolen bases in 1 game.
Yeah.
And now something solid from Zach Biermann, scores 2 potentially. A 1-1. Oh, works way high and inside.
Now what happened is the ground ball that might possibly go through but be a force at second has been eliminated.
But now the whole infield has changed positions. They're holding that right line.
Right. Yeah, that second baseman's playing deep first base.
A 2-1 for Biermann. That one works inside again, and he's up in the count 3-1.
That first pitch was there, and they called it a strike, and it was. That one was just a little more inside.
Big pitch here.
Yes, a 3-1. Oh, I love those 3-1 counts.
See if Biermann loves them too.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Hefty swing at the 3-1. He comes up empty-handed. Full count now with 2 outs and 2 on.
Was that 84 or 94?
I didn't catch it.
Well, it was a 84 or 94, whatever.
The 3-2 for Biermann. Lifts this one up towards
Could drop.
shallow left field. It drops, but out of play, and he'll live to see another pitch.
Yeah, he protected that plate.
And that's his job right now.
Oh, yes.
Your job is not to drive in the runs. Your job is not to hit a home run. It's get yourself on that empty base and give Jeffrey Baez an opportunity.
Just make contact, be a defensive hitter. If it goes through for a base hit, 2 runs are going to score. But just make contact.
Don't come up empty-handed.
Right.
With the swing here. Full count pitch with 2 outs. Biermann takes it way up high for ball 4, and the bases are loaded. A second straight Deerhead sidewalk cafe and bar.
Oh, I tell you what, we got the bases loaded, and here comes the pitching coach.
Yeah, making the walk out there is going to be Cam Roth.
Well, there's a mistake made. You see, the guy that started the game was doing great. He brought in a reliever for some reason, and he's got himself in a jam.
And worth noting, Samson Abernathy has sat down out there in the right field bullpen.
And here comes, and I stand to be corrected. You got your opinion. But here comes the most powerful home run hitter on the Otters, and Mr. Baez. The others may drive a ball 390, 400 feet. I think Baez drives it 450.
Well, Baez ended up with one just about 5 feet short his first time up. Boy, would this be a great chance for one here. The 0-0. Low in the zone for ball one.
And that was 86. Looked like it was a change.
Well, good work there from Escobar behind the plate to keep it in front of him. Anything past is an extra run for the Otters. 1-0 for Jeffrey Baez. That one's up high. Baez happy to stand in there and make him pitch to him.
Well, again, a walk scores a run, so you're not embarrassed to take the walk. It's being RBI.
The 2-0. This one's crushed off left field. It's down for a base hit. Rounding third's going to be Mattis. The throw won't be in time, and 2 will score on the RBI single from Jeffrey Baez, and the Otters lead by 3.
I mean, that was a rocket. He got solid wood.
And he wasn't enough underneath it that it's a fly out to left.
Right.
It was they made the most of it, got something out of it.
Mom, get the rosary beads out. Your son is at bat. And not only do we need his hit, but to extend his 7-game, is it 7-game?
8-game.
8-game hitting streak.
He's 0 for 2 with a walk, a strikeout, and a ground out.
And the ground out was solid contact.
First chance here is outside. And let the record be shown here that Jacob Gilliland has only thrown one solid pitch in the last 2 at-bats now, and that's the one that Baez made the most of. All the rest of them have been really just way outside.
Yeah.
A 1-0 for Phillips. Gets some wood on this one, just puts it back into the netting, however.
Look at that gap in left center. I mean, where it says Taylor made, I mean, that's a double, possible triple.
When the right fielder's playing so far to the right, there's even another gap in right center.
Yes, you're right.
A 1-1 to Phillips. That's a go by, and it's strike 2.
Now, that is a bad call.
Carved that inside corner. Phillips decides not to turn around and say anything about it.
Well, if he did, he's probably saying, nice call, Mr. Umpire.
Abernathy has popped up once again in the bullpen out there. A 1-2 for Phillips. Lets that one go by, and the count evens up.
Yeah. You know, there's a big gap in the infield, too, where a shortstop normally is. He's playing more or less in back of second, leaving a gap.
On both sides of the shortstop.
Yeah, that's right.
The 2-2 here. This one's hit hard towards the pass for a base hit. Rounding third is Biermann. He's going to score. Retreating back to first is Dakota Phillips on an RBI single. And that extends the hitting streak to 9 games.
And that was solid, Mom. You better look up and say thank you. I'll tell you what, every time we bring his mother in, it seems to generate enthusiasm within his bat.
And I know the eyes of you will appreciate this. Awesome base run from Jeffrey Baez. Eyes up the whole time. The second the shortstop misplays the ball, he takes 3 steps towards home, and he was challenging the whole time. Phillips rounded first since there was no one covering first and went halfway to second, making sure, hey, if that throws errands, I'm going to take an extra base.
Yeah.
Good heads-up base running from these guys as well. The bus still moves. 2 outs. J.R. Davis steps up. Davis is also looking for a hit tonight. This would be a nice time for one. A 1-0, and that is a poor swing on a pitch way outside the zone. Count evens up at a ball and a strike for J.R. Davis, playing in game 400 of his professional career.
You know, a batter should recognize his weakness. Now, if you're going to chase that, that's a ball. See, the pitch that's low and outside, you go and you chase. That's a weakness. You got to work on that, say. Just like the high pitch. When I was growing up and playing high school and semi-pro baseball, I had the older fellas used to say, one way that takes away your swinging at the high pitch is to bring the bill of your cap down over your eyes so that you can't see the high pitch.
So 2 outs here. J.R. Davis now looking at a 2-2 count with 2 on. 3 have scored for the Otters, and they lead 5-1.
This has been a big inning for the Otters.
The 2-2 for Davis.
Strike.
High outside corner. Just about every crusher thought they had gotten strike 3.
I'm going to say he got away with a strike. I think the umpires made some bad calls during the day, but that one there, he gave our batter a break. That was strike 3.
We'll see if J.R. Davis can make the most of it. A 3-2 pitch for him. Lifts it out towards center field. Chasing back is Mayne. On the run over the shoulder, and he makes a nice catch to end the inning. But first, the Otters score 2 on a single from Baez, and then 1 more from an RBI single from Dakota Phillips. The lead now at 4. It's 5-1 Evansville as we head to the 7th inning here on the Otters Digital Network and Flow Sports. Well, we do have a pitching change here. All smiles for Samson Abernathy. Ready to throw his first game in a little bit. And for Abernathy, he enters the game now ready for his 5th appearance. 0-for-1 record on the year. A 1.23 ERA, however. He's been pretty effective in the time he's been in so far this year. This Cardinal Bullpen is presented by our friends at the Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. And the pitcher-catcher battery is Abernathy thrown home to Phillips. The pitcher-catcher battery is sponsored by The Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at The Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or call at 812-475-9000. I need to go have a visit to The Answer Auto Repair East. Got back from Canada, and my car battery was dead last night when I got back here to the stadium. So I might need to go see our friends over there and make sure everything's good to go.
Oh, really? Oh, boy. Well, Parker, I got Parker down for 4 strikeouts, 2 walks, and 3 hits.
Yeah, officially Brahms won the day with 6 full innings of work, 5 strikeouts, 2 walks, just 1 run allowed on 3 hits.
All right, I missed a strikeout. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. But you're right, 5 strikeouts. Not bad for 6 innings.
So now with that, Connor Owings due up to start off this top half of the 7th inning. The left fielder's 0 for 2 with a lineout and a strikeout. Important that he finds a way on because he's followed by Armindo Escobar, who has reached base twice, one with that double already. If this man, Owings, can get on base, it could set up at least an inning that Lake Erie could probably try to get themselves back into this. Because the way that the Otters bullpen has been this year, you don't want to be facing many of those guys in the later innings because they have gotten really solid. Joe Riley, Logan Sampson, some of these guys put together can be really tough to face out of the bullpen.
Well, it's nice that you express that confidence in the bullpen.
Well, the bullpen has a 1.82 ERA.
Wow.
And they've given up just 8 earned runs in 39 innings.
That's not bad. Well, you know what you're talking about. I'll have to give you credit.
Another one sent home by Abernathy. It's fouled off. And both pitches from Abernathy so far have caused contact. They've both been foul balls.
The only thing I don't like about relief pitchers is they come in and they try to strike everybody out with fastballs. And yet, they may have a great curveball and they don't utilize it.
See what Abernathy relies on here in the 0-2 situation. His first chance at a put-out pitch on the day.
It was a fastball outside.
Straight out of the words of Bill McEwen, it's a fastball outside, 86 mile an hour.
When I got 2 strikes, no balls, as a catcher, I want the pitch to be high. Get him to go after it. And for some reason, batters go after high pitches, which I was talking about. Keep the bill of your hat down.
A 1-2, that's a bit lower, and it's sent towards Sinsley at first. He misplays it for a second over to first, not in time, says the first base umpire, Nicholas Saxon. And it's an error on Sinsley as he lost it on the exchange.
Well, have you noticed on every one of those situations with Sinsley, he's not sure of whether he's going to run to first or hand it off to the pitcher. And he hesitates. And that was one of the causes. Same way on the base paths, if you notice. That's why I wouldn't take a chance if the ball got by the catcher and Sinsley was on third. I would never send him in because he'd hesitate, which might be the fault.
First pitch to Armindo Escobar. Misses for ball 1.
Well, you said you needed that runner on. He's on now.
Escobar with a double and a walk thus far.
If I was Mattis, I'd play a little deeper. I'd play back on that grass. Give me more range.
With the way this man has been steaming line drives at you.
Yeah.
Well, right there, Abernathy misses on a close pitch, and he's down in the count 3-0. Misses outside, and it's a 4-pitch walk for Armindo Escobar with no outs. There's runners on first and second.
First baseman, number 34, Keenan Irizarry.
And with that, the 8-hole hitter, Danny Perez, will make his way up. 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a flyout. Quick turnaround for these two squads. They play at noon tomorrow. Catch the game here on the Otters Digital Network and Flow Sports. Love to have you once again. First pitch to Perez. Oh, my. He wanted a couple RBIs with a swing like that. Ends up fouling it off to the left side.
What time's our game tomorrow? 12:05?
12:05.
Okay.
Then we head back to the 6:35 regular scheduled time on Thursday night for Thursdays. Then the team heads to Gateway for a 3-game set. Could be a really important set here in the early stages of divisional play.
Well, that's where Gateway is where the batters should up their batting average. It's a small ballpark, big wall left, can hit them easily, fly balls, go for doubles or singles, short right field, right center, easy home runs. Good chance to pick up 20 or 30 points on your batting average.
Well, and that's a Gateway team that's built to do it, too.
Yeah.
They've got a couple of rock-solid long ball hitters like Pete Zimmerman with 5 home runs already in the early parts. Chopped ball over towards first. Sinsley just run over. And once again, I saw it that time. He wasn't sure. His eyes were elsewhere when he was starting to run over towards first.
Right. Now, when you go to Gateway, you're going to find the owner of that ball club was him and his son were both Notre Dame grads, just like our owner, Mr. Bussick. And the father played fullback and was the catcher. The son was an end and a pitcher. So you're going to have father and son, both former Notre Dame baseball players.
Alonzo Jones makes the walk in 0 for 2. Both of them flyouts to center. First pitch here, trying to carve onto that outside corner was Abernathy, but he misses for ball 1. A 1-0 now. Sent foul to the left side. Much needed strike for Abernathy. Of course, with that ground ball towards Sinsley, it takes away that easy double play. I mean, there is a double play still available here, but it would be a lot tougher. 1-1 count to Alonzo Jones, hitting under 100 this year. The 1-1 works a bit inside, gets away from Phillips, but not too far.
You know, in my day, going back in my memory, and you'd get a situation like this. You mentioned the batter batting under 100. Those are the ones I feared. The guy that bats 300, you know he's going to get a hit every 1 out of 3 times. It's those shortstops and second bases are batting 210 or 220. Come in the 8th or 9th inning, they are dangerous.
Because they're always due for one.
That's right. They're always looking for that number 1 hit during the game.
Well, nice pitch from Abernathy there to sneak one in that inside corner. Evens the count at 2-2. Really important that he gets this out.
Yeah.
Otters have their faith in him. Nobody else warming up. So coming home is the 2-2 from Samson Abernathy.
Yeah. Overpowering. Release the ball way out here instead of bringing it down. You got to release the ball shoulder length and in front of you, not out here.
Well, now you got to be careful because that walk puts you in an awful situation.
Yeah. You got a 5-1 lead, and someone hits a grand slam. It didn't look too good. That happened to us the other night in our last homestand.
A 3-2 works a bit inside. He checks his swing, and he'll earn first for free.
Yeah, that last homestand, we were winning, 5-1 or something in the grand slam. That put the other team ahead by 1 run or something.
And they never looked back.
Yeah. We were playing catch-up.
And with that, Max Peterson's going to make a walk out there and have a chat with Abernathy. And with it, Jacob Polancic hops up on the mound out there in the bullpen just to start throwing. And I couldn't read the lips exactly there from Polancic, but it certainly looked as if it was how do I not get that last one called? So maybe he's asking about a close pitch. Not exactly sure, but he's got to get it done now.
Yeah. Now, here's the situation. I don't know what Max said. He probably talked to the pitchers, but she went out there and said, look, fellas, let's go for the 2. Let the run score. Let's go and get 2.
You want something in the infield. 1 run is much better than 2.
That's right. And you're always getting 1 out of the play.
The leadoff hitter, Keenan Irizarry, steps up.
So the infield should be playing back, not short.
First one for Irizarry. It's sent out towards center. Gordon chases it in, picks it up, but because it looked like it could have been caught, they're only going to score 1 run. As they all kind of had to wait back for a second.
Now, I don't know how you saw it, but I would appeal that runner scoring. He was halfway, in my opinion, when I'm looking. When Gordon caught that ball in center, he was halfway home.
Well, that was the problem. Gordon didn't catch it. It landed about 5 feet in front of him.
Oh, he did? Oh, so he gave up a run. Oh.
Gave up a run and weren't able to get an out.
Okay, well, you see now.
And with that, Samson Abernathy's day is going to end. He gets just 1 out, has the bases loaded, and he's already given up 1 run. Quick outing for him. And Jake Blancik's going to get the nod out of the bullpen. We'll take a break and let you know more about him right after this.
That
Jake Blancik's going to get the nod out of the bullpen for the Otters. The 6'3", 210-pounder is making his 3rd appearance here in the week. He earned the loss against Ottawa, pitching 1 inning back there, allowed 1 run on 2 hits, was really good against Trois-Rivières on Sunday, gave up no runs on no hits in 1 2/3 innings of work. And this call to the bullpen is presented by Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. Today's pitcher-catcher battery now for the Otters. On the mound, Jake Blancik thrown home towards Dakota Phillips. That pitcher-catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road. Or give them a call at 812-475-9000.
it's a 5-2 game. And if this guy was to connect, we'd be in the hole again.
Well, I hate to tell you, but Jackson Valera is responsible for the first run of the game on a solo home run that was out of this world out there towards left. So not ideal for him to be the first one up. Blancik starts off with a called strike. Blancik wasn't warming up for very long. So you hope that his arm is feeling all right and actually warmed up. The 0-1 to Valera. Hard swinging strike 2.
That was a high outside pitch. It wasn't a strike if it was called. But it was a strike when he swung.
Valera saw the high pitch and saw, I could drive that pitch.
Right.
And
now come back at that same pitch.
throw it at him until he doesn't swing.
Right.
The 0-2 for Valera. Misses outside.
He went too low. Too low outside, but too low. He chased the high one, so stay with the high one.
So it's still a 1-2 count for Jackson Valera. Bases are loaded here. Jake Blancik is trying to help the Otters escape. The 1-2. Reaching for it and dropping into center field. No, J.R. Davis backs up and makes it. Oh, and almost gets the double play at second. Left out there was Alonzo Jones, who was lazily a little too far away from second and just about got caught up in a double play.
I'm going to say right now, Davis made the play of the game because that was a little difficult play for him to go back. I thought it was actually going to drop in, to be honest.
I thought it was over his head. I thought it was going to fall between them, but he got a good jump on it. And he almost took the mentality of maybe I don't get to this ball, but I've got to give it a try.
Right.
A good thing he did. So now Bryant Flete, who is 0 for 3, will step in, and he starts off with a 1-0 count.
See, now our infield is playing deep. They're playing back on the grass, actually. And the deeper you play, the better the range.
Nice pitch there. Challenges on the outside half of the plate, evening up the count. I have liked what we've seen from Jake Polancic in the last week, especially in the 2 games he pitched on the Canadian road trip. He gave up just the 1 run on 2 hits at Ottawa. It turns out that was the only run of the entire game on either side, so he got the loss in that. But other than that, he has been really good this year out of the pen.
Well, that's the unfortunate thing. You give up just 1 hit, but at the wrong time, and instead of a W, you got a nil behind your name.
Polancic has a .96 ERA. This is his 8th game he's appeared in. He's given up 1 run on 3 hits and over 9 innings of work. Kind of sounds like reliable. Of course, the problem is like Abernathy. Abernathy's had some really solid outings this year as well, but sometimes you get put in a game and it's just not your night.
That's right. You just hit it in the head. You can't expect perfection. That's a good play.
2-0 is skied towards center. Miles Gordon says he's underneath it, and he is.
Oh.
Only 1 run scores in the half inning, and Jake Polancic bails out Samson Abernathy and the Otters. We head to the bottom half of the 7th inning with a 3-run advantage in favor of the Otters. Get up and stretch wherever you're listening from here on the Otters Digital Network and Flow Sports.
Watch, he got hit.
And Mcnamee takes one on the back there. We'll head to first for free. Well, not free exactly. He earned it the hard way.
That looked like a breaking pitch that didn't break. So that brings up the man that been more or less the hero of tonight.
Yeah, Sinsley has been a fun guy to watch. 2 solo home runs and then a single. He came around to score there as well in the 6th inning. You have to go all the way back to that Quebec series to find the last time Sinsley played. Though he had a tough outing in the final game against Quebec, the night before he had a 3-hit outing. This is now his 2nd 3-hit outing of the season. All of that following what was a really tough 7-game stretch for him to start the year where he didn't find the hit column at all.
I was going to say, when we started up here, you were advertising that he hadn't gotten a hit for like 18 times. And then all of a sudden he exploded with 3 hits that night. So now this would make his 3rd game that he's got 3 hits or more.
Breaking to second is Mcnamee. He's going to be in time because of the throw to the left side. Had the throw been closer to second, they might have had him.
He'd been out. But Mcnamee was a head slider, a Pete Rose slide in the 2nd.
Sinsley is another one that has put in a ton of games in the professional world. He's nearing 300 professional games played. Almost 150 RBIs, almost averaging half an RBI a game. He takes a called strike 2, and he's down on the count 0-2.
Just an opinion I'm asking, Matthew. What do you think of the Pete Rose slide head first?
I like it because a lot of the time the guys who use it well know how to swim around tags, and those are some of the coolest plays to watch. Again, a pitch works inside, and Sinsley's going to hit the first on a hit by pitch.
Well, I'm going to say I don't like it because that's when you jam your fingers or break a wrist or something, and you don't gain anything. Of course, you brought up a good point of evading the tag, yes. But I think there's more harm done than there is.
Well, we've now started seeing, I think the thing nowadays is because players want to slide head first into bases, they've started getting these things that look like oven mitts, and it's a harder case that protects the fingertips all the way down to mid-arm to help with some of those injuries. But crazy how an equipment change can change the way you play the game. But
I'll never forget Seton Hall University, outstanding baseball program, by the way, year after year after year, was playing Villanova. And the center fielder for Villanova was the quarterback on the football team. And I'll tell you what, he was a baseball prospect. I would have given him 20, 30,000 easily.
Pitch works high inside, just about catches Miles Gordon.
Yeah.
Surprised we didn't see the home plate umpire at least have a chat with the pitcher up on the mound. 3 batters in a row. That's when you start to issue warnings and make sure that everyone's staying all right. I doubt there's malicious intent there, but 3 batters in a row, that gets scary.
Right. Well, anyway, back to Seton Hall. And he was on third, or no, he was on second, and he tried to score, and the throw came in, and Biggio, I don't know if you remember that name, Biggio, I think he made, was he in the Hall of Fame now? He played with Houston, Biggio, Biggio was the catcher. And here comes the center fielder for Villanova, head first. He slides with his hands out. Biggio gets the ball, comes right down on his shoulder. That was the end of that kid's baseball career. And I said, you're a quarterback. You're used to colliding with people. Or why would you want to come in? He's got that easily.
Ball goes off the knee of the catcher, Escobar, and Mcnamee's going to score easily from third. That one surely a pass ball.
I'm going to make a criticism right now. Where was Miles Gordon on that play? over here in the dugout. He should have been up there to tell McNamee, hey, slide or stand up. You got to help that runner. One ball player helps another.
So they ruled a wild pitch, and there's now just one runner on. No outs for Gordon. Allen works inside, might have caught him in the foot. I'm guessing it didn't because they're going to let Sinsley score.
Well,
he stomps on second a second time to make sure. It sounds like what they're saying is because the umpire said, I didn't say it was called off, and because the ball dribbled into the dugout here on the right side, scoring from third is Sinsley.
I thought the ball hit him, to be honest.
I thought so too. But Miles Gordon didn't react as if it happened.
I know it.
So now a full count for Gordon. Takes it low inside, and he walks after watching both the guys score on wild pitches. It's a Deerhead Sidewalk Cafe and Bar.
So this guy is coming. Here comes the pitching coach. If he threw 30 pitches, probably 25 were balls. Get him out of there.
Well, his day ends rather abruptly. We can see what we can find out about him.
Yeah.
Kenny Wells, unable to record an out, gives up the 2 runs and a walk in the 3 batters he faced. Threw 12 pitches and just 5 were strikes. And I think most were swinging. So a new man will come in. We'll let you know who it is right after this. Here on your home for the Otters, home and away on the Artificial Network and on Flow Sports. Glavin Pineda is the one who gets the nod out of the bullpen for the Lake Erie Crushers. And he will be the one that they hope can finally find outs here in the bottom half of the 7th inning for the Crushers. 1-0 officially on the year. 1.69 ERA. We'll hope he can rely on that. Runner on first and no one out. That call to the bullpen is presented by Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. And the pitcher-catcher battery is now Glavin Pineda on the mound, throwing home towards Ermindo Escobar. The pitcher-catcher battery is sponsored by The Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at The Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road. Give them a call at 812-475-9000. So a runner on, no outs, and George Khalil heads to the plate. Crazy to look at the parity in those first 2 at-bats here in this inning. As Khalil lets one go by, running towards second is Gordon, and he is able to steal a base here. That is the 4th stolen base in the game for the Otters.
And there were 2 that were negated because it was called a wild pitch.
Well, in the parity that we've seen so far in this inning, Elijah McNamee and Steven Sinsley both hit by a pitch. One of them reached second via a stolen base, the other one by a wild pitch. Then wild pitches advanced them both to third, and wild pitches brought them both home. A 1-0 is outside and high, and Khalil's ahead in the count 2-0 now. But it's good to see the Otters finally cashing in on some of these stolen base attempts because they've tried a whole bunch this year and really come up short in a lot of them.
Well, again, you don't want to steal if the pitcher's got a good motion, the pick-off motion, that's one. Two, if you got a Johnny Bench arm back there, you don't want to steal either. And three, it depends on the situation of the game, whether you need the stolen base or not.
Well, that right there was probably the closest Escobar's got to throw out there to second. The other ones haven't really been that close. 3-0 to Khalil. He takes it high for ball 4.
That's a Deerhead Sidewalk Cafe and
So Deerhead Sidewalk Cafe and Bar, and it was back-to-back hit by pitchers that started in the inning. Now back-to-back walks have runners on first and second. As the Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game, Gary Mattis steps up. Mattis is 0 for 2. Yet, he's reached base twice, once on a hit by pitch, once on a walk, came around to score one of those 2 times.
Well, as they say, you don't need to get a base hit to be on base.
The game of baseball is great because you can fail 70% of the time and still be one of the best guys on the team.
Yep. And the guy that came up with the game knew exactly where to put the 9 players.
Mattis starts off looking at a fastball up high. Out there on second is Miles Gordon. Khalil on first. Both reached via walks, and Gordon stole second. The 0-1 to Mattis. Thinks about going. Doesn't matter. It's a called strike 2.
Yeah. One of the, not a founder of baseball, but one of the organizers of professional and amateur baseball was Branch Rickey. Branch Rickey was general manager of the Dodgers of Pittsburgh and St. Louis. And he came up with a lot of theories that baseball uses today about how to play the game and what to do. And it's amazing, like I say, Branch Rickey's been passed away for years ago. I had the pleasure of meeting him twice. Once when he was Brooklyn Dodger general manager in Brooklyn, and the other was in Pittsburgh. And it's amazing how much he knew about the game, and people listened to him. Branch Rickey.
1-2 the count for Gary Mattis. He's got 2 on in front of him. No outs up there on the board. He's trying to avoid being the first one. The 1-2, and it's a hard swinging strike 3 on the pitch. He got 4 on the last 2 strikes.
Branch Rickey, one of the things he said, and I'm thinking of the pitching here today, if a guy is wild high, you can work with him. But if the guy is wild high, low, inside, and outside, tell him to switch to a different position.
So now with 1 out, 2 runners still on, the utility man, Zach Biermann, takes to the plate. Biermann has reached base all 4 times tonight.
Really?
Yet he's 1 for 1. A single, 2 walks, and a hit by pitch.
Yeah, Biermann probably has got the quickest bat of anybody in the Otter lineup.
A 1-0 for Biermann. Long wait before the pitch. He lets it go by for a called strike 1. He just turns around and laughs afterwards. He couldn't believe it was called.
Well, I laughed too because that was a bad call. And the folks at home are looking, they're saying the same thing.
Well, we're thankful that we have the center field camera back up for this series. Got the couple of fixes done we needed. As the 1-1 comes home to Biermann. He lifts this one up towards shallow center field. Mayne is chasing in towards it, and he pulls it in for the second out.
I don't like to complain, but I think I might go to the next school board meeting and tell them there's a girder in front of me with those 2 signs, and they blocked me out so many times. Like I was embarrassed in the last inning when that run scored. I thought it was caught because the ball went out there. The girder just blocked me out, but I'm not making an excuse, but Yeah, I do need to justify my being wrong.
I'm sure that the builders back in 1915 are sorry for putting that in there for you. They'll next time they build a 100-year stadium, they'll try to.
Well, it might be Maxwell. Where did I come up with Maxwell? Matthew. It might be the people were so mad that I voted against Ben Bossy. He's the one that had the steel built. And I voted against him.
That'll happen then.
So they may have been retaliating against me. You're right.
Some decisions stick with you your whole life.
Oh, the family. It comes down from generation to generation. Get Bill. Get Bill.
An 0-1 to Jeffrey Baez after he starts off with a strike.
And I'll tell you what, I know one of the Bossy people, Mike Bossy, one of the nicest young men you ever want to meet. And it's a tribute to the Bossy family. He is a super, super guy.
0-1 to Baez. Pineda sends it home.
Strike.
Catches the inside corner. The Otter faithful don't love it. Jeffrey Baez doesn't love it, but regardless, the count's 0-2.
Yeah, if you ever go out to Daylight, Indiana, that's a suburb of Evansville. The Bossy's family owns a lot of farm property out there.
0-2 to Baez. This could be a huge out for Pineda to get himself out of the out. They want the pitch way outside. Here it comes. It is way out there. Baez leaned over a little bit, kept his head on his shoulders. Starting to see Glavin Pineda really take his time between pitches, trying to be selective out there.
Now, the starting pitcher, you couldn't get the ball back to the catcher fast enough. By Barris. Yep.
And a
High
through high pitch. Sits down Baez on strikes, but not before another 2 runs score for the Otters. They currently lead 7-2 as we head to the 8th inning. New pitcher coming in. We'll let you know who it is right after this. On your home for the Otters, home and away. The Otters Digital Network and Flow Sports.
And I was one of them, too, so I'm not going to say I wasn't guilty.
1-2 count here to Jared Mayne from Joe Riley to start off this 8th inning. Riley earns strikeout number 1, a German-American bank strikeout.
Yeah, the batter had something to say to the umpire.
Yeah, he did.
Possibly, would that have been a strike if I didn't swing?
Yeah. That's usually the question after you strike out swinging.
Right. Especially when it wasn't a strike.
So now the third baseman, Coco Figueredo, will walk in. 0 for 3. Strikeouts, foul outs, and grounding into a fielder's choice. Starts off with a called strike 1 on the outside corner. It's hard to believe, but the Otters have only won 1 series so far this year, through 5 series, and that was the sweep against Empire State. You know, it all starts with winning game 1 of the series. And even though they've done that a few times this year, it hasn't always resulted in winning the series. This is this Lake Erie team is a team you want to get ahead on, and if they can pick up tonight, it would be nice.
Well, you know, I said this to my son-in-law on the way out here today, and that is, coming off a road trip, you lost more ball games in Canada than you won. And the point is, getting that early start, you know, getting a good position in the leg, but you got to throw strikes. And you got to have a regular lineup, too. That's another thing. You can't have Phillips catching today, he's on third the next day, he's on first base the next day, he's DHing the next day. You got to have a set lineup. The guy's got to come to the ballpark and know, I'm going to be the third baseman. Like, I go with Armstrong on third if I had my way. I think he's the best third baseman we got.
High pitch results in a 1-2 count now for Figueredo. Riley sends it home, and it's inside for ball 2. Well, I'm eager to look throughout the rest of the year to see, especially with the West Division opponents, because we're the ones who have to play Canada just once. I'm eager to see how the Canada trip changes for each West Division team. Is each West Division team struggling out there because they can't take all their guys? I'm wondering if that is a pattern.
Well, you know, that's something that I don't know if the league ever considered that, but you're right. You don't get out of this country unless you have a passport, and you don't go down to the post office today and say, I want to get a passport, and they'll say, okay, what's your name? And here it is.
Yeah.
You got to have a picture of yourself. You got to have the birth certificate.
You'll get it the day the season ends in September.
That's right. And so figure maybe anywhere from 2 weeks to 6 weeks before you get it. If you get it.
And I mean that's the big tough thing is I think every team knew the Canada trip was going to likely be a piece of it. But I mean, you could have been a guy that was in single A rookie ball and we were waiting on spring training this year and you didn't quite make the cut. So now you've got to find a place to play, and here it is, and you're not able to go with the team on their Canadian road trip because you didn't expect that.
Right.
So I'm eager to see how that changes every team, because I doubt the Otters will be the only team that face that hurt.
Yeah.
And it's a full count walk to Figueredo.
Well, again, getting back to my son-in-law just real quick, I said, you know, man for man, the Otters are pretty good. I mean, when you put what I've seen so far in this league, I think the Otters are a championship team. And but if you don't win those early season games, you're struggling at the end to get to the playoffs.
And you've got to look at what they've played so far. First series of the year is against New Jersey. First series is always up in the air. You never really know what your team's made of. The next series against an Empire State team who is really struggling this year, still looking for win number 1. Then you face what we now are seeing is the best team in the Frontier League in Quebec.
Yeah.
You steal a win against them. This might be the first time we've got to see the full-strength Otters all together.
Right.
So that's why I think this week is a huge tell for where this team is, because you're finally seeing a full group against equal competition.
Yeah. Yeah, here is Connor Owens. You know, he took that cap off several times after he had batted. He's missing some hair. He looks like, and I looked at his, I may be wrong, but I think he's 38 years old. He should be a coach, not a player.
A 1-1 for Owings. That's way inside. It gets away from Phillips, and it'll be a pretty easy path to second for Coco Figueredo.
Now, they're probably going to rule that a pass ball, but I'm going to say that's a wild pitch. You know, Buddy Kerr, I mentioned him before, but one of my good friends. Wild pitch. There you go, wild pitch. That's exactly what it was. Buddy Kerr had the record of playing the most games with the most chances in short without making an error. And he said, you know, infielders who have a lot of errors, it's not an indication that they're poor fielders. It might be that they went after balls that should have been base hits, but they went that extra step and made an error. So they have an error behind their name, but it's because of overplaying.
2-2 count now for Connor Owings, with a runner on second, just one out. Hefty swing there, just comes up.
We were going to the Baltimore ballpark, and Rex Barney, old Dodger pitcher, would say, and there's Buddy Kerr, good field, no hit. And Buddy'd yell back, yeah, but I hit you every time. He was Rex Barney was the Baltimore Oriole PA addresser.
2-2 once again for Owings. This one's lifted up and foul yet again. Owings is sure making Joe Riley earn this.
Yeah. And then there'll be someone in the Baltimore stands making a catch, and he'd yell, and give that fan a contract. Oh, those were the days when I scouted the major leagues. I'll never forget. What great, great, great days with great, great friends.
One out, one on, 2-2 to Owings. Chops foul to the right side. And that was the 20th pitch of the inning for Joe Riley, and he's only on his third batter.
Yeah.
He is really having to earn these outs.
Yeah. I worked the major size to pal around with Freddie Schaefer. He was like 88. Buddy Kerr might have been 84. I was probably 71 or 72. And my other buddy from New Orleans, he was like 80-something. I was the youngest kid.
Choose the best.
Lenny Yoakum from New Orleans. What a bunch of great, great guys. And they were all ex-major leaguers.
2-2, swinging, strike three, and finally Joe Riley wins the battle. Having a couple comments on his way towards the dugout was Connor Owings, but it's a German American Bank strikeout for Riley, his second. So now Hermindo Escobar steps in, and he has been wildly consistent in this game. A double, a walk, a second walk, but he's been stranded out there every time. In fact, he's been stranded once at first, once at second, and once at third.
And our left fielder, Baez, is probably shading him maybe 10 steps to the left field line.
1-0 to Escobar. Lets it go for ball two.
Yeah, Riley's trying to overthrow to Escobar. You don't want to throw a man that's got a quick bat, and he's got a quick bat. If anything, off speed.
Two again, misses to the outside.
Yeah.
Well, it's one thing to say, I know I've got a lead, but with your first time on the mound in a little over a week, got to be a little bit more mentally prepared for what's going on up there. Even when you are facing one of the best bats, we saw it in that game against Quebec. The team lost. They were so worried about the power hitter that they hit him, and then the next guy hit him.
That's right.
A grand slam.
Yeah, it wasn't the power hitter that hit the grand slam. It was the guy that followed him.
Yep. 3-1, and it's lifted high in the air by Escobar. He almost falls coming out of the box. But it is brought in by the first baseman, Sinsley, for out number 3. And after the top half of the 8th inning, it's Otters 7, Lake Erie 2. We head to the bottom half of the 8th. Right after this, when we're home for the Otters Digital Network, and Flow Sports.
And Dakota got his base hit already to extend his streak. He needs another base hit to be 2 for 4 for tonight to keep that average up there. But 1 for 4, not bad either.
So
If Dakota has any speed, if he had any speed, look where that third baseman's playing. If he laid a bunt down the third, he's got himself a base hit.
Well, he starts off with a called strike on the high outside corner.
Is that the 7th Cavalry charge?
Could be here on Military Appreciation Night.
Yeah.
No 1 count for Phillips. Hard swinging strike 2. Well, he ended up being a little in front of that one.
There's a little twister on that one.
Brady Tedesco starting to warm up for the Otters out there in right field. The sole lefty in the bullpen. No balls, 2 strikes to Dakota Phillips, trying to avoid strikeout number 2 on the game. Chops one to the right side. First baseman's going to have to come way in to make the catch. Sends it over to first in time for the first outs, and that's a weird hop on that first baseman. Nice job to bring that one in.
It stayed up in the air at least 25 feet.
A glance at what's coming up next for the Otters. Like I mentioned, 2 more games against Lake Erie Then they hit the road to face Gateway in a 3-game set. Big set there in the St. Louis metro area tomorrow. Game starts at noon instead of 6:35.
And you'll be able to see the arcs from where you're at. St. Louis arc.
J.R. Davis steps in. 0 for 4 so far for him. Starts off with a pitch outside. And that seemed to be the way that J.R. Davis has kind of gone through games in the last few weeks, is really on and off here and there, struggling to stay consistent at the plate.
There was a restaurant in St. Louis when Tommy Lasorda was managing, the old Dodger blue blood manager. And this Italian restaurant wasn't a block or so away from the hotel. And they had a table that was only Tommy Lasorda's table. No one sat there, only when Tommy came. And it was a big round table that he could entertain, 6 or 7 other people there. And I was fortunate one night when I was in St. Louis and he was managing and I got invited to that table. Tommy Lasorda. Yeah.
Foul ball evens the count up at 2-2 for J.R. Davis, with 1 out and no one on in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Davis only has hits in 3 of his last 7 games. That follows what was a 5-game hitting streak. But since then, it's been kind of hot and cold for him. A little bit of a wait between pitches for Chris Metter on the mound. Here comes the 2-2. Just barely missing out on the squeeze was Escobar there at the plate. He was pretty frustrated after he missed that.
Yeah, as a catcher, they're pretty tough to handle when they ricochet off a bat. The only thing is you hope you don't get a finger in the middle. That's where I generally broke all my fingers.
Count stays at 2-2 for J.R. Davis. 1 out, no one on. Two on the way. That one is lifted foul yet again.
He was jammed on that. He was lucky he got around it, except that it was high, letter high, and that's what allowed him to get that bat out. Again, 2 strikes, high pitch, batter goes after it.
J.R. Davis more than most.
Well,
He really likes that high 2-strike approach. Able to hold up on a swing low and inside, and the count's now full.
At the end of the season, you're going to be an expert on what these guys can hit and what they can't hit.
Hey, as long as I can be proven wrong on some of those what they can't hit, that's what really matters. More than happy to be proven wrong. Full count pitch for Davis. Over his head, and he's headed to first for free. Even the umpire ducked out of that one.
Well, you could be right, but in a situation, they make you wrong. In a given situation.
It's a Deerhead Sidewalk Cafe and Bar.
I tell you, it's up to Elijah to start pulling that ball to left field more. Now, I don't know if he's going deliberately to right or is it the bat slow.
Mcnamee had one of the strangest trips around the bases his last time up. Hit by a pitch, stole second, and then a wild pitch to third, wild pitch home.
I just noticed there, he had a swing. He didn't break that wrist. That might be the reason why he's going to right field. He's late on the swing.
J.R. Davis with a pretty good lead there at first. 0-1 on the way.
Strike.
Off speed, just misses the high inside corner. 74 mile an hour.
I thought that was a strike.
So 1-1 down to Mcnamee. J.R. Davis has had a pretty hefty lead over there at first the last couple of pitches. He's going to stay put as the ball stays high and inside. Two-one here for Mcnamee. So right back up the middle, it's going to be down for a base hit. After after 1 out, the Otters have 2 on.
What you meant to say after 2 strikes?
We're going to get to see a lot of new West Division opponents here in the next week or so. Lake Erie here till Thursday. Then the team heads to Gateway. Don't worry, though. Team heads back here for a Tuesday game next week against Windy City. We're going to see Windy City on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Then Gateway comes here next weekend. So right away, going to get to see Gateway both at their place and at our place. And just like that, you've played them 6 of the 9 times you're going to play them this year.
Really? 6 out of the 9?
First offering to Sinsley. It's called strike 1. Not a bad day for Sinsley. 2 solo home runs, a single, a hit by pitch, where he was then wild pitched to second, wild pitched to third, and then wild pitched home.
So he's got that open stance, and then when he takes his stride, he goes forward.
And it helps him, I mean, I don't know if it's the intention or not, but it helps him push the ball towards left field.
Yes.
And I haven't really noticed if he always is stepping straight forward, if sometimes he is starting to step other places to try to pull balls certain different ways. I haven't even really noticed.
Well, you see, now if I was catching with Sinsley at bat and watching his style, I would work him strictly inside. I would jam him because when he's striding forward, those arms that when he's swinging from the open stance now changes to the arms are over the plate on a forward stride.
We've passed the 3-hour mark in this game.
Oh, we have. Oh, boy.
And Sinsley waits on the 0-1. Hard swing. Strike 2 from Sinsley on a pitch low in the zone.
Low inside. Which, again, could be his weakness because of it. In fact, now, look where that back foot is. It is parallel with the well, no, he just moved. But he was parallel with that.
He was way up there.
Yes.
And then both feet were even, yeah.
Right.
When that left foot is only 2 inches off the plate.
Right.
But yeah, now he
now he
has
went
not
back
open.
to his start. Yeah.
But it's not as open as he has been. I know, too, he's golfing yet again.
Then go.
He could have gone down to first if he wanted. He opts not to, and he moves both runners. So it's
right.
A predictive at-bat.
Runner was on first already. Occupied.
And that was the argument from the dugout of Lake Erie as well, is that they let him throw down to first anyway. But regardless, both runners advance on the drop third strikeout for Sinsley.
And where was the strikeout? Low and inside.
Miles Gordon due up next. No hit for him in the game, but he is 0 for 2.
What's the umpire saying?
I think he's just kind of wasting some time as once again Escobar is taking a ball.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, he just went to occupy time. Yeah, okay.
Miles Gordon is 0 for 2 with a ground out and a fly out, but he does have a sacrifice bunt and a walk, so he's made the most of some of his opportunities up there there in the box. Kind of didn't. It felt like it just kind of came out of nowhere as I was putting together game notes this morning, taking a look at this series, what to keep an eye on. Miles Gordon enters this series batting 132, but it doesn't seem like his batting average is that low.
Well, didn't he have problems early in the season? He didn't start the season.
Well, he did start the season, but he missed like 4 or 5 games sick. So
he didn't have the virus.
No, no, it was just a stomach bug. Oh, 2 for Gordon. High and outside. Otters trying to add a little insurance to their 5-run lead. Unfortunately, they found out far too many times this year that no lead is safe in baseball.
No.
The 1-2 to Gordon. Missing again outside was better. He really tried to put heat on that one. It just took off in a different direction.
There were those 2 games against Quebec that we thought we had in our back pocket, and we ended up losing them. And yet they were 2 very important. As you say, Quebec's in first place now.
Yeah, boy, those have been huge wins. 2-2 count with 2 outs and 2 on. Gordon lays off a pitch on the inside.
How did that look to you? That pitcher, it looked like he aimed at that ball. In other words, he doesn't want to walk this guy.
Full count remains. 2 out, 2 on.
Just throw it down the middle as hard as you can.
Full count goes inside, and Gordon's going to walk. So a Deerhead sidewalk, cafe, and bar, and the bases are now loaded for the shortstop, George Khalil. Khalil has 2 walks in the game. And it's worth going to take a look at.
Shortstop, number 28, George Khalil.
10 walks now issued by Lake Erie. That ties the most that the Otters have walked so far this year.
Well, coupled with that, I mean, you look up at the scoreboard, we've got 7 hits. 7 runs, but 7 hits. They only have 4. So if you say the Otters got 10 walks, so we're talking about 17 base hits then.
Pitch outside. Evens the count at 1-1. When you look at the way that runs have scored in this game, of the 7 runs that they've got, only 5 of the 7 are RBIs, if you will.
Right.
Because the couple came off the hit by pitches.
Wild pitch.
And even the 3 RBIs that the Otters got in that 6th inning, all of the people that they hit in all got on base because of walks.
Right.
So it's making sure you're taking advantage of their mistakes.
Right.
And it seems like that's going to be what wins you baseball games in this league this year. It's a strikeout for George Khalil to end the 8th inning. And we've got the top of the 9th coming at you next here on the Otters Digital Network and Flow Sports. Brady Tedesco is going to get the nod out of the bullpen. Tell you more about him right after this. Top of the ninth to you, and the Otters are going to ask the arm of Brady Tedesco to come in out of the bullpen. Tedesco appeared 2 times in the road trip to Canada, and in those 2 games, he earned 2 wins. And in each one, he went 1 full inning, gave up no runs on no hits. Crazy how the game of baseball can award guys with wins because you happen to be in when the team takes the lead.
Oh, you're here.
So Brady Tedesco will get the mound as this call to the bullpen is presented by Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. And the pitcher-catcher battery is now Tedesco on the mound, throwing home towards Phillips. That pitcher-catcher battery is sponsored by The Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at The Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road. Give them a call at 812-475-9000. And, I make the joke that you get the wins because of 1 inning of work, but Tedesco was really solid in the games he appeared in. I think the thing that he offers that it makes him so dangerous is because this Otters team is flooded with right-handed pitchers. When this lefty comes in, he changes everything that these guys have seen all night.
Well, as you said, he's the only left-hand pitcher in the whole staff, in the bullpen staff.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the second he comes in, every player who's been sitting here now 4 at-bats for most of these guys now have to completely change the way they're looking at that ball coming in, and that's probably why he's so good.
Right.
So the first pitch for Danny Perez.
Strike.
Called strike 1.
And my Uber driver just showed up, so I'm guaranteed to ride home.
Look at you.
Oh.
Just in time, top of the ninth.
I know it. Well, I called in advance,
Otters got some insurance runs for you. And Tedesco quickly up 0-2 in the count.
Well, thank God. My wife, we had 7 children, 4 boys, and this one here lives with us, and he has been a great, great help to us. Especially here, I need a ride at night. I don't drive at night.
0-2 chopped foul.
So, my days like you, when I was younger, I could see.
It's 0-2 for Danny Perez.
Low outside. Low outside.
That one more of a high inside, but it's fouled away yet again by Perez.
I see a lefty. A lefty can't give you that same pitch. Lefty versus lefty. Righty can, you throw it into his ankles. Lefty can't. He has to throw it away.
0-2, and Tedesco just missed that high outside corner.
Yeah.
So he'll ask for a new baseball before the 1-2 pitch. Not a bad day for the pitching of the Otters outside of Samson Abernathy's struggle in his 1 out and bases loaded situation. The Otters have been pretty efficient there, as the 4 outside of him have combined for just 1 run on 3 hits. Outside of the 1 hit Abernathy gave up, the bullpen hasn't given up a single hit.
Well, the thing is, when Abernathy was out there, we only gave up 1 run. We were very, very lucky.
And the issue was the single and then back-to-back walks.
Right.
I mean, when your bullpen staff gives up walks, it puts your team in a really tough situation. Tedesco is trying to win the battle here. Took an 0-2 lead in the count. Count's now evened up.
Curveball high.
Off-speed misses.
He's got to come back with the fastball now. Although, you would throw him off if you throw a curveball strike. But then again, it's up to the pitch. Do you have confidence in your pitch?
The 3-2. And again, he misses up high. Turned from an 0-2 count into a full count walk for Perez. And with that, the designated hitter, Alonzo Jones, makes the walk up 0-2 with a walk and a couple flyouts.
That's an indication when a pitcher needs a strike, what pitch does he throw? If it's his breaking pitch or a fastball, then you know in any given situation after that, that when he needs a strike, you know what the pitch is going to be.
Well, now he's got the advantage. Throwing him towards a right-handed hitter.
Yeah.
Starts off with a called strike one. Now you can attack that inside of the zone. 0-1 is fouled back, and now the playbook's opened up. Go low and inside towards the feet.
Well, in this situation, you want to keep the ball low so that he hits on top of it. So it's a ground ball, infield ground ball, get the double play.
Tedesco on the 0-2. High and outside. Well, that was...
He went with the strikeout, two-strike high pitch, but that was without a runner. Here we got the runner. We want the double play. We want the ground ball, I should say.
The 1-2 for Alonzo Jones. He gets underneath this one. J.R. Davis thinks he's got it there in the second base region, and he hauls it in for out number one of the top half of the ninth inning.
See, now that was not an infield fly out. He could have very easily had dropped that, gone to second, gone to first, and we got a double play. That's going to be how the umpire would call it.
And it looks like for a second there, Steven Sinsley was coming up a little bit sore or something. He walked around a little bit, but he seems to be good now.
Yeah, Andy came out of the dugout.
Yeah. Well, I saw him point down to Mandy at the other end for a second there, too, but it seems like all's good. 1 out, 1 on as the leadoff hitter, Keenan Irizarry, steps in, looks at a ball up high to start off.
See, now that's 3 curveballs in a row that he has thrown.
A 1-0 for Tedesco. That's a pitch that's worked well. High outside corner, especially against those lefties. Count evened up here, the ball and a strike. 1 out, 1 on.
Here's that curveball again.
And it seems like every time he's thrown it, it's stayed way up high.
Yes.
He hasn't gotten it to fall into the zone yet.
Well, he's not bringing an arm down. He's letting it go here. Always shoulder length.
Two one for Irizarry. Stays up high.
And he's working himself in a jam. He's got to take a breather. Now, if he's ball 4, either Phillips has to go out and talk to him or Max has to go out. But if he walks this guy, someone better go and talk to him.
Got to reset the mind. 3-1. Again, goes to what's worked on that outside. Called strike 2. So with 1 out, it's now a full count to Keenan Irizarry. So right back up the middle, and a drop for a base hit. So there's now runners on first and second with just 1 out here in the top half of the ninth inning.
I'm going to say call timeout and go talk to him. He doesn't look comfortable to be out there. Just go out there and say something like, what are we going to eat tonight after the game? Something to break up the tension.
Get him out of the mindset.
Yeah.
There was something about the Canadian era that worked really well for Brady Tedesco, I guess. Jackson Valera, who put the Crushers on the board in the 4th inning with a solo home run.
Strike.
Starts off with a called strike 1 on the inside corner. 2-hit game for Valera.
Yeah.
5 hits for Lake Erie.
He's got 2 of them.
2 of them are him, and 2 of them are the man over there at first, Keenan Irizarry. The 0-1 to Valera. Lifts this one up towards right field. Chasing back at it as Mcnamee. Underneath it. Makes the catch for out number 2. Long throw in. Just about tagging him at second. Oh, boy. Game almost ended right there on a poor base running mistake. That was a good heads up from Khalil to throw that thing over there.
Yep.
That would have been a weird way to end it. Instead, Bryant Flotte will get one more option. Runners will stay on first and second for Lake Erie. Otters trying to snag a win to start the homestand here. First pitch. I feel like every time he's thrown the ball to that high outside corner, it's been a called strike. The batters aren't going after it, and it's always called.
Well, I'll tell you what, in my opinion, they're balls. But again, there they are, we're here.
And the heads up needs to be, hey, if he's going to call that a strike, I might as well keep going.
Right. And if I'm the batter and I got 2 strikes, I better be swinging.
But you got to be worried about a high curve again. There he goes to the outside half of the plate again and gets strike 2. Now, throw that again. Don't go with the curveball up high.
That's right. You don't want no curveball high.
Throw it down, or maybe not even down, just throw it to that outside half of the plate.
You got 2 options. Keep the ball high or low and outside. In either count, neither are strikes.
3-0-2. Goes down in the zone, and it's a base hit. Rounding third is going to be Perez. Won't be a play at the plate or at third, and it's a RBI double for Bryant Flotte. It will score Perez from second and advance Irizarry to third.
Number 15, center fielder.
Still no meeting up there, even between Phillips and Tedesco.
Now, Tedesco is what, our 4th pitcher, 3rd or 4th pitcher?
5th pitcher of the game.
5th.
Logan Sawyer is starting to stretch and toss for the Otters out there in right.
Well, if this guy was a hitter homer, you're still winning 7-6. Strike.
Tedesco drops one in. There came the curveball hit all the way down to 69 there. Slowed it way down, and he's ahead 0-1.
Throw it low, down by his ankles. The curveball to a righty is coming into you.
0-1, the curveball just misses on the high side of the zone.
Have you noticed his curveball's high? He's not pulling the shade down.
One for Tedesco.
Here it is again.
Curveball misses a bit inside this time.
But why keep throwing the curveball?
2 balls, 1 strike. Here to Jared Mayne. He chops one over towards Sinsley, who will take it himself, step on first, and the Otters start off the 3-game homestand with a win against Lake Erie. They win this one 7-3. We'll take a quick break. We've got post-game stats and reactions right after this. Here on your home for the Otters Digital Network, and Flow Sports. And for the final time this evening, we welcome you inside historic Bosse Field, where the Evansville Otters have won this game 7-3. And for the final time this evening, he's Bill McEwen. I'm Matthew Will. And, you know, we got to see the Otters do a little bit of everything tonight. Solid starting pitching from them. They backed it up with a couple of long balls, which we hadn't seen in some time. Then you saw a little bit of the small ball start to play. A couple stolen bases here and there, an RBI single here, an RBI double there. And it's nice to see a win happen where you get to see a little piece of everything all working together.
I'll agree with you on that. And one of the things I was happy about was Dakota got his hit to extend his streak. But again, I think he's an all-star nominee, but he's got to keep that high or low 400, high 300 batting average for the other teams to vote him in. And but other than that, like I say, overall it was a good team effort. And I want to congratulate you on a great job you did tonight, too. You know, you saw a lot of things out there that the average person don't, and those that are at home relying on you to explain it, and you do a good job.
Well, it's worth noting that you said it's a team effort. You and I are part of this Evansville Otters team, so we've got to perform just as well as they got to perform. So
yeah,
got to be on our game every night.
Well, let me put it this way: I'm just I'm part of the backstage. You know, with the costumes and
you're a puzzle piece. All together, we have to come together to make this the best it can be. You know,
thanks to Preston for both of us.
One of the things that I liked the best out of this game is Parker Brahms. Multiple innings gave up a hit, either with 1 out or no outs. Yet he worked so effectively and so effortlessly to get himself out of the inning after giving up that leadoff hit.
Yes.
And I think a starting pitcher that can do that without changing anything mentally is what will help lead you through this Frontier League this year.
Well, I think you hit it when you said mentally. That is probably one of the biggest things is a pitcher has to deal with. I played with a guy named Ernie Kristoff. He was from Cleveland. His father owned a restaurant. Ernie was one of those early pitchers that could throw you a ball 100 miles an hour. And he would strike you out with that pitch. But if the batter blooped it over the infield, he would go berserk. I mean, he would change from being a major league pitcher to a high school pitcher. And that affected him mentally. That's why he'd never make the majors, because great talent, but mentally not capable of handling a situation.
Well, Brahms gets the win and advances to 2-1 on the season. Brahms goes 6 complete innings in this game, strikes out 5. 3 of those strikeouts were looking, and gave up just 1 run on 3 hits. Abernathy had a tough outing, walking a couple, giving up a hit. The Otters got behind him. Jake Blancett came in, closed out the inning, did a nice job there. He was followed by Joe Riley, who did a pretty good inning. Brady Tedesco, though giving up a run and a couple of hits, was able to keep things all right, and the Otters kind of worked together to make sure that they get a W in the win column when they really needed it after a tough road trip in Canada.
I would say yes, they needed this badly. You're right, especially coming home.
Well, and you really need a strong week here against Lake Erie to make sure you're putting the best possible product on the field on Friday when you head to Gateway. That's a really good Gateway team so far this year. You've got to make sure you've got the best possible team to take them on there on Friday nights.
Well, I think you'll enjoy your trip to Gateway. It's an experience, the City of Art, St. Louis, but it's a fine, small ballpark. As I told you, the father and son, Notre Dame football players, baseball players, and they are very hospitable. And I think that makes it an outstanding city.
Well, because of his 2 solo home runs, Sinsley records 2 RBIs in the game. Jeffrey Baez gets 2 RBIs as well on a 2-run single that he hit. Sinsley is the only batter who records multiple hits, 3 of them for him. Biermann, Baez, Phillips, and Mcnamee fill in the rest of the hit category. The win goes to Parker Brahms. The loss goes to Julio Vivas. These 2 squads will do it again once again tomorrow. that game is scheduled for a 12 o'clock first pitch, a day game tomorrow, so might need a coffee if you're going to tune in early and listen to us. We'll cross the bridge when we get to it. Caleb Schmidt, the right-handed pitcher, will throw for Lake Erie. He's 0 for 2 on the year with a ERA nearing 11. It'll be a comeback game for him. He'll get to throw against one of the new faces on this Otters team, the left-handed pitcher Brett Adcock, who allowed no runs on just a couple of hits in his debut against Ottawa last week. Carries in a 0-0 record into his second start tomorrow. Should be a fun game here from Bosse Field here in Evansville. We hope that you join us, whether it's in person or here online on either the Otters Digital Network or Flow Sports. For all of us here at Bosse Field, and for the man sitting next to me, Bill McEwen, I'm Matthew Will. Thanks for joining us for another edition of Otters Baseball here on the Otters Digital Network and Flow Sports. We'll talk to you tomorrow as Lake Erie and Evansville do battle once again. Have a good evening.
God bless.